Well, hello and welcome back to Ramblings of a Mad Guy. It's me, Reese. I'm the Mad Guy. And we're streaming. And we're live. I hope you guys had an epic Labor Day. I know I did. Do you have Labor Day over in Europe? I feel like all my viewers are European. They're European. I see London. I see France. I see Europe in my pants. You're peeing. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. We're goofy today. We're silly today. I had a bit of an epiphany last night. And it's changing the whole way I'm looking at comedy, content, creation, life in general. Like before, I would have clicked on this video instantly. And I probably still will. Or I would have kept the shorts up. Although I do kind of want to watch this. Or, well, no, I won't watch that. Bum ba dum ba da da do do. You know what I'm gonna do until you guys get in, until I get a little action in the chat. I'm gonna play a game. I'm gonna play a game that's easy to stop playing. Or should I play a game I'm good at, that I can talk in the background of? When is Slay the Spire 2 coming out? Come on. Come on, Slay the Spire 2. You know you want to. Bum ba dum ba da 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 dum 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 ba da ba da ba dum. This is by far my most played game. 2,378 hours. How many days is that? Let's pull up a calculator. 2,378. Well, that's 348, but divided by 24. I played this game for almost 100 days. Well, ain't that some scheisse? Ain't that some scheisse? Let's get this to the right scale. Do 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 do. Wow. Would you look at that? My favorite game. Okay. 2,378 hours. That's atrocious. That's horrendous. Welcome to my one Twitch viewer. You're very much welcome here. I should do a game on Twitch. What are you selling me? You have 5 minutes to sell me. Go. Oh my goodness. Okay. Let's do a watcher run. Can you guys... Something is sketchy. Now, why would my screen be black over here? Only when I'm tapped into it. And when I'm tapped out, it's not. Well, ain't that some shit? Should I just go ahead and delete that? Yeah, let's add display capture. Let's do existing. Well, there you go. Well, there you go then. I could also do the gaming view. Is that cooler? Is that better? That's a little better, but then you don't get my sick freaking, what is this called? Banner. Oh yeah, I like the banner. We'll play banner mode. What? Huh? Okay. What happens if I do full screen? All right. Alrighty then. Nutting? What is going on here? The flip? The actual flip? Alright. This better work. This can't not work. Okay, there you go. I guess we'll just deal with that. There we go. Okay. This is what we're dealing with here. Nice. Alright. Choose 3 cards.
Yo.
Yo. Who dat? Who do I hear chirping in my chat? Is that Infamous? How you doing, doggy?
What's up?
How you doing? How you been? Happy Labor Day.
Oh, we don't got that.
I know. I figured. Yeah, people would actually have to work in Europe for there to be Labor Day.
Oh, yeah.
I'm kidding. Actually, in the UK, you guys work. I know you guys work.
I mean, you guys is a bit weird when you talk about the UK, but...
You're not in the UK?
No.
I always get confused. Is there any term that refers to Ireland and England and Scotland and Wales? No. How about the British
Northern Ireland
Isles?
is Britain.
How about the British Isles? Is that a thing? Britain? Well, I don't know. You guys are so similar. But I know that irks you to hear, so I won't impose that on you. But how's your weekend? Your non-Labor Day weekend? Pretty solid?
Yep.
That's good, that's good. You ever seen this game, Slay the Spire, before? I'm just playing it while I wait
I've
for
heard of it.
people to hop in. It's quite fun. It's quite fun. It's quite hard. It's a deck building roguelite. So I'm building my dick. I'm building my dick. Oh boy. Let's go 3 random potions. Liquid Memories, Attack Potion, Boom Boss, and Let's go. I mean, come on.
Oh, also remember like last stream how
Yeah. Which one, with Dave Voss or with the...
I said that like I was a foundationalist but open to coherentism?
Oh, yeah. Are
Yeah. Also,
you...
my internet's really spotty. Oh no, I think I'm a proponent of coherentism now, which is like a combination of foundationalism and coherentism.
And what exactly is it?
I mean, it's basically the idea that like certain like ideas are more foundational than others, and so while they can cohere to things that are less foundational than themselves, they are in fact more important in an epistemological sense.
So some things are more foundational than others.
Right, like the idea that I like cheeseburgers, while both an idea
Uh-huh.
and like
And like,
having an ontology, I suppose,
yeah, having
is
like...
not as foundational as the self or the acknowledgement of logic.
But don't they have... Doesn't the self have to like cheeseburger? Like, doesn't it still have to cohere?
Yeah, that's the point, is that it both coheres, but some amount of like facts are more foundational to the actual like tautology of ontology. Like me liking
Yeah.
cheeseburgers isn't as important to ontology than the self.
No, I mean, I would agree with that. I would say not liking cheeseburgers. I mean, yeah, I guess that works. As long as
But
you're...
it coheres to the self, so it's an external justification that it exists. But it's not as strong as, sensory experience and such.
Okay. Interesting. But you still believe that the self is the most foundational, like, unit or something?
For personal epistemology, yeah, I mean, like the idea how can I know anything is based on the self, because every proposition presupposes it.
Every proposition presupposes the self. Yeah. I
Yeah,
guess.
'cause it's proposed.
I guess. What do you think of my hat? Oh, you can't see my hat.
I cannot see.
Oh, wait. Yeah, let me turn on. Let me go solo mode. Come on. Look at that.
We got the reverse Jewish hat.
I got the reverse Jewish Jesus Christ, King of Kings. It has every like title. I found this in a Lost and Found at a place I work at. Not really Lost and Found. It's like a prop bucket, and they said I could have it for the stream. Isn't that funny?
Fair.
And isn't that some shit? Okay. I mean, I guess that makes sense. I'm not sure. So I wasn't really telling anybody. I was just kind of yelling into the void that last night I had a roast battle at the Comedy Store, the world famous Comedy Store. And it's kind of the lowest low I've ever had creatively. Not that the jokes were all that bad, like maybe objectively, or that the performance was all that bad, or that I did all that bad, but I felt like horrible about how I was comporting myself and what kinds of jokes I was writing and stuff like that. And so now I have this whole new kind of approach to my creative process, I feel like, to my creative endeavors. And that's to glorify God with everything I do. Attempt to, of course. I am so meek and feeble. And as the morning prayer says, which I love, I am such an unprofitable servant. Isn't that funny? Funny image, an unprofitable servant. So, in the spirit of recognizing my unprofitability of a servant, I have to admit that I'm not sure exactly how to combat this, or if I even need to combat this. The self is the most foundational unit. Obviously,
Well, I mean, all you'd have to say is that God reveals ontology and epistemology through the self. Like, he reveals things to you, which, like, the revelation doesn't matter if you don't exist. So, you are still the foundation for your epistemology, which is how you know things. Like, if I pour water through a filter, like, the water that comes out at the other side is only there via the filter. Like,
yeah, I mean, yeah, exactly. So, I guess when it comes to epistemology, When it comes to
Yeah, the
epistemology,
epistemology is based on the self, no matter how way you view it. When you talk about God, you mean ontology, like the
yes.
actuality of like existence.
Yeah,
And
that's what I
like
was gonna
that's
say.
why we always get stuck. Like because when I'm
Well,
talking about epistemology, you're talking about ontology.
well, I also think, to be fair, that without God, if there is no God, then a lot of the epistemology falls apart. Like, for instance, if there is no objective base of all knowledge, then there are no true facts. There is no subjective knowledge. There's just kind of like opinions and things, I guess. I don't know.
Well, if it were
Like,
true that God did not in fact exist, the statement that I exist would still be true because it's true.
if it
It's a
were
it's not.
true.
It's not. I'm not grounding it in like an ontology, as in like why I exist. I
Hmm.
am saying that I can demonstrate that I in fact do exist.
Yeah, I just wonder. So go ahead and demonstrate how you do exist. And if you're just gonna say I said the word I, that's not extremely convincing to me. And I think you can understand why that's not so
Well, I mean,
convincing.
it's not convincing to you that I exist, but it is convincing to you that you exist.
Yeah, but not because I said the word I exist.
It's not
You
because
see
you
what I
said
mean?
it; it's because you consider anything.
Right.
You are the demonstration that you exist.
Gotcha.
Yeah, it's not you
Uh,
saying anything or doing anything. Well, I mean, it is you doing existing, I guess.
yeah. Yeah, it's a little it's interesting. I mean, well, so and then what about this whole evil deceiver thing? That I mean, you think it's impossible that the evil deceiver could convince you that the self exists when it does not.
Yeah, so I studied up on it just to make sure that I wasn't like misstepping something and like that I missed something. But yeah, it's just completely wrong. I went through it. Like it just doesn't seem to hold any water. That like it's impossible that an evil deceiver or the Matrix or any other thing could make me acknowledge myself or not acknowledge myself and still be coherent. Like it's impossible.
Yeah, so you're well, first let me say, what's up, Brooklyn Blade? Brooklyn Blade. What's you doing? How are you doing? How are you doing? I'm doing great. What do you think of my hat? You like my hat? Um, okay, now back to the evil deceiver. Yeah, so how do you go about explaining? Because it seems to me like the evil deceiver could easily convince you that you're like an individualized unit or something when you are simply not.
What do you mean an individualized unit?
Like you're saying, like I exist, like a self exists. Well, there could just be one self that is nothing like the self that you're imagining, and is nothing
Well, I
like
mean, yeah,
you.
that's the case. Is that I'm not saying that the self is like me with my name as a person on Earth in this universe with the sun. Like I'm not
No, but
saying that. I'm
even
just
your
saying that there's a necessary
consciousness,
existence
even
of the
your
self.
the necessary existence of a self, rather.
Yeah, for it to have any kind of consideration to deceive anyone, there must be a subject.
Hmm. Okay. Fair enough. But you couldn't say that you are separate from me in any way, that yourself is different than myself in any way, given that.
Well, I mean, I could because I have ignorance of your epistemology. I have ignorance of your agential choices. Like I have ignorance of your
But I
basically
just
whole
mean that the
existence
evil
internally.
deceiver could convince this part of the only self, i.e., what we call infamous, that.
Then that just wouldn't be the self because the self is what I am. If you
Well, I'm
are
just saying
not
you and I are
part of
like the
me,
same thing. We are the same thing, but the evil deceiver is like separating us. Do you see what I mean?
well, if we're separated, you already acknowledged you're not me.
What? No, just like it's like an illusion. Like in reality, in the real world, we are literally one single entity. Like not even parts of an entity. Like we are a one single self or something. Just let's make it simple. It's just you and me, and not the 8 billion other people and
Yeah,
stuff.
I've actually heard this analogy in the evil deceiver thing when I was doing the study,
Mm-hmm.
which was specifically on external worlds and how to demonstrate that they exist outside of the self. Is that any acknowledgement of any situation where I am, there's a matrix or an evil deceiver, already admits that there is an external world to myself, and whatever you're saying by dividing the self already admits that when you divide the self, you are no longer one of the others. You're no longer one of the divisions. So it's not the self. Like you're imposing like a causality to it or like a temporality to it or a chronological like base to it where at some point the self became two things, which doesn't impact the fact that they are now two things.
Okay. Not sure I understand that really.
Well, you're
Like,
saying that, like, in fact, we were two things, or we are two things now, but we were one or
sure,
are one, and are
sure.
now being divided by some evil deceiver.
Yeah.
If that's the case, then I am still a self.
Yeah, you're just like, we are just the same self.
Well, not anymore because we're being divided. Like, any situation where you're saying that there's some sort of illusion or something that, like, we're not the same person,
Well,
it
so
would still acknowledge
doesn't
that
that
the self
admit that
exists.
your definition of the self is could be an illusion? If you're saying, well, the self is this illusory division of what could potentially in actual reality be like a unity between us, right? Or like a non-division between us. And then you say, well, no, that proves the self right there because any situation where we're being divided into two people, already I have myself and you have yourself because we're being divided, even though it's an illusion. But that just says that your self is an illusion.
Well, no, it's not because I entered the chronology part of it into it, right? At one point, like, if you're one person, and then, like, let's say we split, like, let's do an analogy within reality, like we split your brain,
Yeah.
right? And
Yeah.
then there's a left side and a right side, right? At once you were one self, and now one side of you has completely different opinions, and the other side has other completely different opinions.
Yeah.
Like, those are two separate
One
selves
side of me is
at this
Irish and
point.
the other side is British.
Yeah, like this is now two people, right? Like, this is now
Yeah.
two separate people with two
Yeah.
selves, right?
Yeah, yeah.
So why? Well, at one point you were one self. It's not like I'm saying, well, that means that your previous self was an illusion.
Well, the evil deceiver can deceive you about time as well. Sorry, I know that you said like we're entering chronology into this, but it's not really a great analogy because like I'm saying at the same time in the same sense, we are actually just one thing, but there's this illusion being cast that, of course, for the benefit of the chat, that's not what I believe. I'm just proposing problems to the self as any sort of foundation for all epistemology or all ontology or so. I agree that the self is necessary for epistemology. Like a self has to do epistemology. I just don't think it can be the
there
most
needs to be a
basic
subject
unit.
to know things.
Yeah,
Well,
I mean,
it
I
is the
agree with
most
that.
base unit for knowledge because there needs to be something must know the thing.
Don't the things
It's
have
not
to
the
exist
basis
to
of
be known?
ontology.
Oh, I
Yeah,
see
I
what you
mean,
mean.
yeah. There's two parts of the thing, right? Like, epistemology is the study of how we know things, which is
Yeah.
why I'm saying it's the basis for epistemology.
Right.
Right. The
Right.
things would be ontology.
The things. Yeah, sure. Yeah. No, I get that.
Yeah.
But also that's confusing because the self would also is implying this kind of that has an ontology.
Well, the of itself as it exists, but we don't know if it needs, like, an objective reality or, like, it's just instead, like, as a brute fact. We don't know. Like, is it likely of knowing if whatever we call the self at the most basest of fact? And I haven't done that study, so I'm not sure.
Well, if it does need a justification.
No, I'm not saying it might not need one. I'm saying I don't know if it does need one.
Well, that's what that sentence means, I think.
It's not saying not need one. Like, it's saying it's possible that it doesn't.
But you don't even know.
I'm not convinced of that.
You're not even saying it is. You don't even know if it is or is not possible that it would need one.
Yeah, I've no.
Okay. Okay. Interesting. So the justification, maybe it doesn't. I'm gonna go ahead and go out on a limb and say it needs one, but
Well, I mean, in the reality, it's like a contingent thing.
well, I just got a crazy text. Maybe I shouldn't put him on blast. This is crazy text. What do I say to this? I won't obviously say his name, but I just gotta say, and this is for the record, this is a person I've lent money to before, and then he never paid the money back. Like I lent him like $40, and he never paid it back. And then he would ask me for money like once a month, and I'd be like, not until you pay back the original loan, obviously. So this is what he texts me right now, and he did leave me alone for a while. but he never paid me. But he left me alone at least. He goes, "Hey brother, would you be willing to loan me $100? I will give you $140 on Sunday!" Exclamation point. Come on, it's for something important, and I promise I won't fuck you. No one trusts me, but I'm like sober, so like I'm capable of keeping my word on a loan! Exclamation point. I will get paid a decent amount by them, but that I have something important I need to get tonight, Lamau. That's why I don't mind giving you $140 Sunday, in parentheses, the Lord's Day, lol. I only have Apple Cash and Cash App, but if you can't or don't want to, I get it, Lamau. But it's also the quickest way to get that 40 back. Haha. So now he's holding my 40 hostage, unless I pay him $100 now. And also invoking the Lord's Day. That's gonna be a hard no for me, I think. That's gonna be a hard no on my end. That's crazy.
Do not suffer the heathen to owe you money, bro.
That's actually crazy work. I just don't believe that he would ever pay the $100 back. And I don't particularly have it to give right now. Not that I need any more excuses, but okay. Where were we? We were okay. Well, I mean, okay, fine. So you are a foundationalist, coherentist.
It's called found-herentism.
Found-herentism.
Which is a better name that I thought it was called, which was
codationalism.
Codationalism or some shit. Yeah. Found-herentism is a pretty good one.
What is it? Foundation.
Found-herentism.
Found-herentism.
Yeah.
I mean, I feel like that just is coherentism. Like, no coherentist thinks there aren't more foundational truths than others.
Well, no, because coherentists believe that epistemology is derived from the coherence between facts and doesn't actually derive any importance from any particular fact.
Oh, yeah, I guess that's true. That's interesting. Low-key, I like that more than this foundational thing. Because, like, as you see, when we get into this whole, like...
you think that things have more ontological justification than other things?
Yeah, I guess I do. I'm just saying what I like more, like, relatively, because I'm not sure I would really fully categorize myself as either of those, or as a found-herentist. I just don't really know. But like, as you see, when we get into when we get into any one single fact, it's always like not just me and you, but like anybody, just kind of sorts of like talks around in circles. And it seems like what you need is a paradigm, like a body that fits together and works together towards some kind of purpose.
Yeah, I mean, if anything, like your position is... Yeah, I mean, if anything, you're found, like, your epistemology seems to be like found-herentism, because you think that God is the foundation that underlies all ontology, but also you think that all facts that cohere have a reasonable justification to exist. They just ultimately are overlined by God.
Yeah, I guess I kind of think that God as the foundation would create a coherent system. So if that makes me a found-herentist, fair enough.
it at least sounds like it, and it's newer than foundationalism and newer than coherentism, but honestly, it has a reasonable reason to exist.
Yeah. I mean, I just like that more because obviously, I think God is the foundation of all things, but like, I don't know, even that fact, God is the foundation of all things. That's not a epistemological foundation.
No, it's an ontological fact.
Because it's an ontological one. So
right, but you believe that
epistemologically,
that's knowledge.
I think we could only know things to be true that cohere within the entire body of like true beliefs, really. Or justified. Right,
but you think that you come through to that knowledge. You think you come to that knowledge via a foundation. Like that's why you like that's why you believe
revelation, perhaps. I'm a revelation tyrantist. What? Missing footage from Jeffrey Epstein revealed? No way. Is this a troll? When was this released? 8 hours ago?
This is gonna have like a dancing mark or something.
Or does it mean better edited footage from the missing minute release? Oh, there's some movement. There's a person.
Missing minute is just useless shit, dude.
Oh, what's gonna happen? Missing minute, and it's 2 minutes and 46 minutes long. Or 2 minutes and 46 seconds long. What? Am I missing something? Oh, hello? Who are you? And why are you paused in the middle of the room during this supposed missing minute? This is nothing, dude. This is literally what... Oh. No freaking way. No freaking way. Is this the assassin? That's wild.
I mean, he's not got any rope on him, so I don't know how he's gonna fucking fake it, but...
Oh, wouldn't they use something like that was like hypothetically in his cell? Like a bed sheet or something? Or was he killed with rope? I mean, how do you actually, also, you don't know that he doesn't have rope on him. That's wild.
That could be literally anything.
This is the minute, though. This is like the timestamp.
Yeah, I don't. Anything around the Epstein files, I'm like, it'll never be fucking.
Yeah, I'm epistemologically. That doesn't cohere with my my foundation is that Epstein killed himself, and everything has to cohere with that.
No, I don't know what happened.
No,
I don't know what happened. I don't pretend to, and I'm glad he's dead.
The actual crazy thing about this, yes, and I'm glad I'm glad he's dead, but I'd prefer to have him seen justice, and more importantly, his clients seen justice. But
he'll see justice in the afterlife, brother.
Well, yes, certainly. So really, I just prefer that. Well, I guess I don't really prefer anything. Who am I to judge?
If God didn't want him dead, he would have been stopped.
Yeah. No, truly. I mean, I can't even imagine what ring of hell he's in right now. Probably somewhere along with like Hitler and all the rest. But truly, I'm not to judge. I just would have liked to see more like politicians and like powerful people actually be exposed, because he's the only sex trafficker, human sex trafficker in history that's been convicted without any clients. Like, imagine you're like, oh, I got arrested for selling, like, I don't know, arms or something to nobody. I got arrested for selling children to nobody. I mean, come on, that's absurd,
dude. Trump wrote him a letter that said, "May every day be a more beautiful secret." That motherfucker is a pedophile. Motherfucker is a pedophile.
I think so too, man. I'm extremely disappointed in Trump for that. I think that I thought he really was gonna release them. Some people think, well,
no, bro. He's like, he is the system that everyone is just like, you're fucking bought in, bro. You're bought into the government. Like, he is that system. Like, how can nobody see this? Like, he's the rich dude. Like, I don't understand.
No, that's true. No, there's definitely something to that. The thing was, he was so adamant about releasing them, which he did not have to do. He was winning the election on many other fronts, and this is kind of a niche problem. It's kind of it's less niche now. Trump's drawing way more attention.
100% a friend of Epstein, and then after all this shit came to light, he was like, "I've never been seen with Epstein. I don't know who he is. He's just a liar. Like, he lies."
Oh yeah, I mean, no one's surprised by that. The question is just at what extent. But also, I wonder, because there must be like a secret list, like a secret flight log, or just like people that didn't.
No one's ever going to believe the lists. They're always going to be like, "Oh, that's edited."
Right. Yeah, you could do that. Well, Alex Jones's theory is that Trump was actually going to release the list and then saw
he was on
it all over the place. And Alex Jones does leave it open to Trump, like, being a pedophile, but he also says, like, it's also possible that, you know, these sort of dark forces, CIA, Mossad, MI5, whatever. Is it MI5 or 6? MI6? I don't know. Whatever the British intelligence.
I think it's MI6.
MI6. It goes, so MI6, Mossad, and CIA have had the list for obviously like a decade or whatever, however long this has been going on for. Since 2019 is when Epstein got arrested, so he probably got raided in like early 2019 or something like that. And so they obviously could have just put Trump's name in a bunch, like edited it. Like they literally edited this video, which is proven by the fact that we have the real video now of someone entering the cell when they literally...
I mean, we don't know who the fucking edited it. Like, it's a video, and it's in the government. And it could have been any fucking agency.
Yeah, probably just some intern went in there like, let me take it upon myself. I'm going to take it upon myself.
And someone probably ordered an intern to do it.
Well, yeah, it probably was an intern that did it. It's just a question, where did the order come from? So anyway, things can be edited. Obviously, this video was edited. But it's up in the... It's not like 100%, but every day that Trump doesn't release the full list, even with him in it, if he's all over it, that's even more reason for him to release it, in my opinion. He doesn't... Every day that he doesn't release it, I become 1% more sure that he is a pedophile, which is horrible.
Oh, God.
The president of our United States. I mean, it's not like we haven't had other ones. Bill Clinton, presumably Barack Obama. I'm going to guess Barack Obama, but that's why I think there's like a secret, even more secret list. Because he hasn't on the flight logs.
What's this thing I heard recently that like Michelle Obama is secretly trans? Like what
oh,
is
yeah.
this?
Big Mike. Big Mike.
What?
That's like some fake thing. I don't know. People think she looks like kind of manly or whatever, so they made up this like kind of mean rumor that she's a man. And also paired with the Obama being gay rumor, which actually has a lot more substantiation, weirdly, than the Michelle one.
Maybe he's bi. Who gives a fuck? Like, he's
exactly.
still a president. Like,
yeah.
I mean, hey, one might like men, the other's a pedophile.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And then the predecessor's a pedophile. And I'm not sure. I like George. I don't know. George Bush might not be.
You like George Bush? Come on, don't fucking.
Yeah, no, I do. Like, I don't like what he did. I don't like that he started I don't like that he was so weak that he let his war hawk cabinet start a useless war in the Middle East. But I like his personality.
I mean, didn't George Bush use the outrage of 9/11 to get reelected?
Well, what do you mean? It depends on what you mean by that.
Like, do you think we're gonna take the war to these people?
He orchestrated 9/11 in order to get reelected?
No. I'm saying that he used 9/11 to get reelected. I'm not saying he caused the tragedy. I'm saying he used the tragedy.
Yeah. I mean, I don't see why.
Whether or not he caused it, I mean, I don't fucking know.
I think pretty much every single president in history has capitalized on what was going on, like wars or otherwise.
Right, but like going over. Right, but like doing having 9/11 do it and then like blaming some random like group of people that actually had nothing to do with it, like they aren't even tangentially related.
Yeah, but that's
and then you just bomb the fuck out of them into the Stone Age, and now they're irreparably damaged forever.
Yeah.
Like you want to talk about like if you think that the Muslim like religion and world is like bad for society. That's all these people had left after that.
Oh yeah, no, I know.
No, he single-handedly created the most ISIS. Muslims after Muhammad.
He created ISIS. It's just unclear to me how much it's George Bush, how much it's him being a criminal. He would have to be an actual like Kaiser Soze for that to be the case, because he came off as as like a dummy, like a little doofus and stuff. And so it could be that he's Kaiser Sozeing us and was like, you know, he's limping out of the White House and then he suddenly stands up straight and starts walking away. I don't know if you saw that movie, Usual Suspects, but I just spoiled it for you if you haven't. But anyway, so great fucking movie, biggest twist of all time. So either George Bush is pretending to be a dummy and is actually the mastermind behind the war in Iraq and all the rest.
But he wasn't pretending to be a dummy. He was like,
he actually was a dummy. And his evil father, George H.W. Bush, and Dick Cheney, his vice president / puppeteer, like puppet master, who I think actually did orchestrate 9/11, It's sort of random, but anyway. Whether they, the very obvious evil masterminds, were just using George Bush as sort of like a figurehead to do all this stuff, or whether it's Bushy's fault. That's sort of the question. Well, it's his fault either way. Either way, it's his fault. Either way, it's his fault.
Yeah.
He should have stood up for what was right if he had that in him, which he clearly did not. Okay, so Nicholas Mori in the YouTube chat, welcome. The truth is no system on earth is foolproof or infallible. Jesus is the only one you can trust. Amen. Amen, brother. But let me just bring it back a little bit because you're using a lot of emojis here, which I do appreciate. But it's giving Mormon kind of. I give unto them and I give unto them eternal life, and they shall never perish. Neither shall anyone pluck them out of my hand. Exactly right. Jesus Christ, Yeshua Mashiach. But see what so this is giving like evangelical, which is fine. I mean, God bless you, brother. Love you. But you realize Jesus did put a system on earth, right? I'm not saying it's foolproof or that each member
Isn't the Ten Commandments
that any infallible. Yeah, I mean, well, for one, the commandments themselves are sort of like a system, but I'm talking about the church. So
I mean, yeah, isn't that just an extension of the like? Honestly, if we're talking about commandments, the church and like the teachings of Jesus are like a second testament.
If we're talking about the
New Testament, so yeah. I'm just saying that like the 10 Commandments and like the 613 that actually exist, the lessons extrapolated from Jesus' teachings are like new commandments.
Oh, right. Yeah. Well, yeah, the church is the body of Christ. Well, the Eucharist is the body of Christ, so we take in the church, and the church is his bride on earth. So it has like this, it actually is even like higher than the Old and New Testament. Like the church is how you know anything. Well, before the canon was even ever established for like 300 years, all we had was the church, which we were told was not only guided by the Holy Spirit, but that this is Christ's body, like still here, that he lives in it, and that he sort of brings us to him through the church. So, yeah, that's what I'm saying. When I hear the truth is no system on earth, I just go, well, what do you mean? Like, what about the one that Jesus is? What about the system that Jesus set up and is married to? So would love to hear your thoughts on that, Nicholas More. But I think he might have left because I called him a Mormon, which also, this is giving Mormon. Yeshua Mashiach. It's also giving Hebrew, like, what do they call it? Black Hebrew Israelites.
Oh, the Black Israelites.
Yeah, the Black Israelites.
Dude, my favorite like quote unquote slur ever, dude, and I can say it because it's for my people, is the fucking the Yakubian devils.
Oh, the Yakubian devils, yeah. Yakub. We should learn about Yakub.
I have no idea what it is, bro. I just like it's called white people Yakubian devils.
Yeah. Well, Yakub created white people 6,000 years ago in Egypt, so this is crazy, dude. We're literally watching an assassin. I mean, somebody cut this out of this video. I watched this video when it was released, and we can watch the CoffeeZilla about it.
Hidden in the government's footage. You can get the raw file on Patreon to explore it yourself, and let's jump into it. Lie number 5, you're gonna get a video of the cell.
And you're gonna get the video of the cell.
Yeah, right.
And you're gonna see for yourself.
I haven't actually watched
Patel,
CoffeeZilla.
What's that?
I haven't watched CoffeeZilla in a while.
He's great. I love him.
FBI director told us that this footage was of Jeffrey Epstein's cell, but it's not. Let's fly over to where Epstein's cell actually is.
Oh, no way. That's not even the cell.
Down the hall, we
I fucking knew it, dude.
camera marked in red that wasn't recording the night of Epstein's death, which brings us to our next lie. There was only one camera.
But why would they even...
No, not the actual act, but the entire MCC Bay It was only one camera.
Deputy Director Dan Bongino of the FBI told us there was only one camera in the special housing unit. But that's not true. There were at least 2 cameras recording and 9 other cameras that were working but not recording due to a malfunction only days earlier. Now, the official report says that recordings should have been made for about half of the cameras, but in Epstein's block, only 2 out of 11 cameras were recording. Really bad luck, I guess. Now, I should say all the cameras were working before that, at a time when Epstein accused his cellmate of trying to kill him, and this was contradicted by his cellmate who said Epstein tried to commit. Epstein later got put on watch for this event, and we should have been able to get that footage, except the prison failed to save the correct file.
Oh, wow, how
claimed
convenient.
the footage contained on the preserved video was for the correct date and time, but captured a different tier than the one where Jeffrey Epstein was located.
It was only one camera.
So our deputy director lied when he said there was only one camera. There were actually 11. At least 2 were recording. Only 1 got released. And according to our own government's report, 5 or 6 should have been recording but weren't. When the cameras were working properly, they didn't save the right files. Incredibly unlucky. But lie number 3, there's nothing unlucky about it because we were told directly that the footage we were going to get showed there was no one there but Epstein.
You're going to see there's no one there but him.
Right.
There's just nobody there. So I say to people all the time, if you have a tip, let us know. But there's
Yeah,
no DNA,
right.
there's no audio. There's no
Oh yeah, I'm calling in. I got a tip about the Epstein murder. I was actually I was using my binoculars and peeking through the cell window when I saw everything go down.
fingerprints, there's no suspects, there's no accomplices, there's no tips, there is nothing.
The footage just directly debunks this. There are several people who appear in the footage the FBI released, and actually one even appears after lockdown walking up the stairs. The government's report at first called this laundry, but independent experts agreed, according to one analysis by CBS.
At 10:38 p.m., the report says someone, probably Noel, carries a bundle of bedding or clothing up the stairs. It's a rare instance the video does catch movement on the stairs, but barely.
Are these the stairs?
Let's see that zoomed in and in slow motion again.
Several of the video
Talking about the stairs that goes up to the...
were skeptical
those are
about
the
the
stairs.
report's conclusion and thought that the video could be showing an inmate walking up the stairs. Authorities say this was the last time anyone approached his cell block until his body was discovered the next morning. Again, while the video does not contradict
as long as they
that,
say it.
experts who viewed the video say the limited field of view makes it impossible to definitively conclude that no one used those stairs in that time period.
Yeah, we don't know who that is. The government's not clear. And there are also several people who are housed in the same cell block as Jeffrey Epstein, which, as we've shown, isn't visible to the camera footage we were given. So that raises questions, and so do the 2 prison guards who were on staff that night and had a view of Epstein's cell. Both were charged with falsifying records on the night Epstein died, specifically with them lying about completing mandatory rounds to check on Jeffrey Epstein the night of his death, despite a posted warning that read mandatory rounds must be conducted every 30 minutes on Epstein as per God. But they
What?
did not.
As per God? Who wrote that? What kind of creepy message is this? Mandatory? Is this real? What is this?
Mandatory rounds to check on Jeffrey Epstein the night of his death, despite a posted warning that read
Mandatory rounds must be conducted every 30 minutes on Epstein, number yada, as per God. Exclamation point, exclamation point, exclamation point. What kind of prison is this?
Mandatory rounds must be conducted every 30 minutes on Epstein as per God, but they did not do that. Instead, they appeared to fall asleep, according to the
yeah.
OIG report,
Oh, wow, they
and
dozed
occasionally
off,
browsed
huh?
the internet, where one guard, quote, read a news article about Jeffrey Epstein. So it's just a total lie to say there was no one there but Epstein and no possible suspects. You have several inmates shown on the camera the night of his death. You have one walking up the stairs after lockdown, and you also have guards that just falsified records. But this all brings us to lie number 2, the second biggest Pinocchio, and that's where they told us we're going to get the raw footage so we know there aren't shenanigans.
We are working on cleaning it up to make sure you have an enhanced... And we're
Yeah,
gonna
why would you need to clean it up? Just give us the raw. We'll clean it up. Give us the raw footage. Plenty of geniuses online that'll clean it up for you. Don't need to spend months in CIA headquarters at Langley cleaning it up.
the original, so you don't think...
I mean, it's crazy. And we're going to make sure it's the original so you don't think there's any funny business. They always tell you exactly what they're going to do. They always project exactly what they're going to do. It's crazy.
I don't think I need to explain why this is one of the most brazen lies. We were told we'd be given a modified and the original footage. Instead, what we got are 2 modified videos because both were edited in Premiere Pro. Now, it isn't clear exactly
They
what
used
was edited,
Premiere Pro.
but
They didn't even use some kind of like CIA like black op editing software. They used Premiere Pro. I mean, are they even trying? I don't understand.
Dude, this is my main thing, is that like the conspiracies of like that a lot of like the far right believe,
Mm-hmm.
and I say that because a lot of the far right conspiracies are like really fucking out there.
Yeah.
A lot of the far left ones is the rich are trying to control you by dividing you, and I don't think that's very very out there.
Yeah, I was gonna ask,
but,
what are the far left conspiracies? Because
the far left ones, like some of them are like, I will say one of them is like the gender pay gap, and I'm like, I mean, you're kind of right. Like,
that's not really
but not in the way.
That's not really.
You're kind of right, but
conspiracy.
not in the way you think you're right.
Yeah, and also it's not really a conspiracy. It's kind of just like a misunderstanding.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, it's a conspiracy the way they think it's real.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like, they think it means something it doesn't.
Mm.
But anyway,
They think it goes all the way to the top.
well, I mean, it definitely goes all the way to the top. But
Well.
I think once you get past the idea of wage, you know, a lot of people at the top probably don't like women being at the top because they'll
Sure.
want to shake shit up, and
Because
people
they
at
don't
the
like
top
it.
don't like shit shaken up.
Well, they also don't like anybody. They're hyper competitive. Like, I don't know if you've met any of these people. They're douchebags. Like, they don't like you or me
That's
either.
true. That's
They
true.
don't like
That's true.
anybody. Literally anybody. So, of course, they don't like
That's true.
women as, like, a category or, like, a group. But anyway.
I
Okay.
just think a lot of them are like old wealth money and like have like a bunch of old ideals, like, you know, women in kitchens and shit.
Actually,
That's
I
the
would
ones that
disag-
I mean.
I would disagree with that. I think the richest people in America are the tech billionaires, and they're young.
Oh, I'm not saying the richest. I'm just saying like if we have this group of 1%ers, a lot of them are just old from old money. And
there's
then a lot of them
fair
hold these values that like aren't held by anyone else in that group in the opposite direction. So
But
there's,
then
like, a bias towards women.
were they the ones that funded the first wave feminism?
Because now you create a bunch of division.
Yeah, and you get to tax women, right?
Yeah, and you get to tax women.
So literally, it's not I want women in the kitchen. It's literally I actually want them at work so I can tax them.
Well, I want them to be my employees, but I don't want them to be on my level.
Well, yeah, of course, because they don't want anyone to be on their level because they're power hungry
Well, I mean,
pigs. that-
they're okay with men being on their level because I think that they have some bias towards that. Like
maybe.
again, I'm not saying that
I'm
like
not saying that's
I'm not saying there's this.
I'm not saying that's impossible. I'm not saying that's not true. Like I think.
Yeah,
that
no,
is
I'm just
true.
saying that like there is some standard that some of them hold that has this kind of bias to it, and that bias isn't held in the opposite direction by the same amount of people in the group. Like no one's saying men can't be here. You know what I mean?
Sure. Nicholas Mori says, and who am I to say who is saved and who is not? Emoji question mark. I have not seen that before. That's awesome. But those that believe in Jesus are scattered across the four corners of the earth, Revelation 7:1, and to all the world, Mark 16:15. Okay. And then he's posted 200 emojis. Well, God bless you, Nicholas. Do you have people do is this like a style of evangelism, like going into chats and posting like kind of like quote mining and then posting like a million emojis? Oh wait, he says that bread is only symbolic. For those who eat it die. Jesus says, I am the bread of life.
Those who eat bread die. Damn,
Wait, so are you
I'm
saying that
fucking-
the Eucharist,
miracle,
that
brother.
you shouldn't even eat the Eucharist symbolically? I mean, this makes you not Christian even remotely. I would argue even if you think that the Eucharist is just a symbol, that would be sketchy and problematic, given the scripture.
Wait, do you think that the Eucharist actually turns into like the blood of Christ?
Yes, it's the real body.
Okay,
and
have
blood
you
of
ever put
Christ.
it under a fucking microscope?
Yeah, some people
Is
actually
there
have.
DNA in there?
Yeah, some people actually have. It's kind of crazy. They're called
There's
the
no fucking DNA in the wine.
yeah. We can look up the Eucharistic miracles.
No, I'm not talking about in one case. I'm talking about in all Eucharistic cases.
Well, why would someone you're eating it? How could you put it under a microscope every time you eat it?
Anytime it's false, it means that the whole thing's false.
No.
Like if
Wait, no,
the
but I'm
Eucharist
not saying
is
it's
said
ever.
to
Well,
work,
I'm saying if you did it every time.
if you do the Eucharist,
Yeah.
right? Like you create the blood and flesh,
Yeah.
right? And then you put it under a microscope.
Mhm.
It should be blood and flesh every time, but it's not.
Well, as long as it's done well, yeah. But how do you know it's not though? Have you put it under a microscope ever?
Oh, I mean, I
Or
don't
seen
even think we
this
need
ever?
to do. I don't even think we need to do that. I've seen the Eucharist. I've seen blood. It's not fucking blood.
You've seen the Eucharist. How?
Yeah,
I've barely
I've seen it.
I've barely gotten to see
That
it.
wine is not blood. You know what blood looks like?
Well, are you talking about in like a Baptist like church? What are you talking about in a Episcopalian church, Anglican church?
I mean,
Because
I
I
don't know
agree,
what
that's
church
not.
I think
I agree.
I don't know what church I
Anglican-
was in actually. Let me see what church.
Yeah, look up the church because I agree
actually
that
don't know the sect of church I was raised in.
I also agree that the Anglican Eucharist is not the body and blood of Christ. They don't even believe it is. So how would they be making it that? Or actually, how would they be invoking
I
that?
think I was raised in a Catholic. Was it a Catholic church?
If it's
I don't think so.
Catholic, I think it can be, and it probably is,
Hold on. Let me see.
but I don't know for sure. But if you've ever seen a Orthodox Eucharist, it actually genuinely looks like a little lump of flesh that's like bleeding.
Hold on. Okay, you're not fucking telling me the denomination of my church, man. It's not Catholic.
Okay.
Let me see.
Lanciano, the Eucharistic miracle of Lanciano, located in the region of Abruzzo, is par excellence the most well known in the Catholic Church. The miracle took place in the 8th century, in a church administered by Basilian monks. Similar to Bolsena, one of the priests was doubting the real presence. As he pronounced the consecration, the host was transformed into flesh, the wine into blood. The body took on the form of a heart, and the blood coagulated into 5 irregularly shaped globules. In 1970, the miracle was subjected to scientific scrutiny. The doctors concluded that the flesh was human heart tissue and that the blood is human. Both are from the same blood group, AB. They're able to identify the blood group. Today, the relics are
Yeah, he was
conserved in
only
a Franciscan.
AB.
Yeah, well, apparently that's
Jesus
the
was
most
AB.
universal donor, isn't it? Or something
No,
like
that's
that.
O.
Where's that O positive? There's some significance to that, but AB pops
O
up
negative
all the
is like
time.
the universal donor.
Right.
And even that's not true because some. I didn't know this until recently. There's more blood types than the ones we know about. They're just so specific and so rare.
Not like nobody has them.
That nobody has them really. There was one woman who had a specific blood type, and she had an accident and she couldn't receive blood. She literally was
Wow.
She had no donor. She had no donor other than the blood type of her own, and she didn't have anyone in her country that was that. So
Wow,
yeah.
that's crazy.
I don't know if she died or not, but she I don't even know what blood type it was called. Like, what would you even call that? Z.
Z.
Also,
yeah.
I was raised in a
X-
Catholic church, apparently.
Catholic. Okay, so but first of all, by the way, there's also this like, so the Eucharistic miracles are obviously special cases where the thing actually is like bleeding blood and stuff like that, but it doesn't have to literally have the same composition of human blood and flesh
So it
to
doesn't need to
be
be blood to
the
be blood?
literal body and blood of Christ. Christ is like, he's a cosmic being. You see what I mean?
So he can make blood, not
Well,
blood.
the whole universe is contained by him, created by him, sustained by him. So of course he could make.
I mean, not
in
Jesus
a
in
special
human
miracle.
form. That's the Father.
No, and Jesus. The world was made
Not
through
in human
him.
form.
In what? In uniform? What did you say?
I said not in human form.
Not in human form. No, well, it depends on what you mean by that. I mean, in ascended human
God the
form.
Father serves the role of ascended Jesus Christ and
No, that's like
pre-birth Jesus Christ.
no, that's like an
and
Arian.
pre-birth Jesus Christ.
That's modalism. That's not what we believe.
I mean, that might not be what you believe, but I don't see how you can both be human and also justify things like ontologically, because humans don't do that.
Well, yeah, he's human. He's the second person of the Trinity. I mean, he's divine.
Yeah, I just think that there are certain things that
So
you
just
can't go
like
through
so
in the
just
story
like
of Jesus
divinity.
Christ.
Well, so if you
I'm aware
accept
of what
any
you're-
of the
I'm aware of what you're
story,
saying.
if you accept any of the story, you should be able to see how some bread and some wine could become the real body of Christ. Because for one thing, you're right. He is the
I
second.
mean, in the story,
he's the
fine.
word
I'm saying
of
in real
God.
life.
Well, you don't know what real. How do you know what real life is? I'm just saying. You're making some point that like, well, a human can't be the creator and sustainer of all things, and I'm like, well, have
Well,
you
I said
read
him
the-
in the flesh can't be the sustainer of all things. Like, I don't think he
Okay.
needs to be there for that.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Like, I'm not saying he doesn't. I'm just saying I don't think he needs to be considering the Trinity.
Okay, but
In fact,
anyway,
I think the Trinity serves as a
back to
justification.
the mystery of the Eucharist. Not that I understand the mystery all the way, but if the second person of the Trinity, sharing the essence of divinity of God, was able to condescend to become human, certainly be able to condescend to become, not even condescend, but certainly he'd be able to impart his being or his body and blood, and I mean that's the best way I can really put it, into some bread and some wine.
Yeah, I mean, I just don't understand why the Eucharist is taken so literally in the Orthodox view. Especially when he
Because he
talks in
told
such
us.
figurative ways, like "I am the door, I am the vine, I am the way, I am a good shepherd." Like,
well, that's a good point. I mean, we can go specifically. Well, maybe this will actually help us here. At the supper, Christ took the bread and the wine and ordered his disciples to eat and drink it as his own body and blood. This action thus became the center of the Christian life, the experience of the presence of the risen Christ in the midst of his people. And we have a bunch of verses here, so we can go to Matthew 26.
also, wasn't that in the Passover?
It was, yeah, during the Passover was the Last Supper.
But don't they use a lot of symbolic foods in the Passover, like herbs and shit?
Yeah, I mean, they use symbolic foods, but he is the symbol, as J.R. Tolkien
Right, I'm
would
not saying
say.
it's like not symbolic blood or whatever, but like it's not blood.
We think it is. We think it is his blood. I'm not saying it has like. I'm not saying in every single case it has like A, B, that as like identifiable blood traits, but clearly it can. But it's more than a symbol. It's not just a symbol. It is consuming his flesh and drinking his blood, which was seen
but
as a
that's
very
also,
hard
like-
teaching. If it was just a symbol, then it wouldn't
Well,
be a
I
hard
mean, yeah,
teaching.
it's a hard teaching because Leviticus prohibits it.
And as they were eating it, Jesus took bread, blessed it, and broke it, and gave it to the disciples and said, "Take, eat. This is my body." Then he took the cup
Yeah,
and
but he
gave
also says
thanks
shit like, "I
and
am
gave
the
it to
door, I
them,
am the
saying,
way."
"Drink you from it, all of you. This is my blood of the new covenant, which is shed for many of the remission of sins. But I say to you, I will not drink of this fruit of the vine from now on until that day when I drink it new with you in my Father's kingdom." And when they had sung a hymn, they went out to the Mount of Olives.
When was this put into practice, by the way, in the Orthodoxy? Because I'm pretty sure this wasn't like
this was the
actual-
first time.
No. Like, I'm not asking if it was the first time. I'm saying when was it put into place in the Orthodoxy? Because I'm pretty sure it's a late tradition.
No. I mean, this is the most central early tradition.
Let me look at this.
Yeah. Take a look.
The doctrine of transubstantiation wasn't formally defined until the Fourth Lateran Council.
Mhm.
Early Christians spoke of spiritual presence and remembrance.
Are you saying transubstantiation specifically?
Yeah.
Or
That's what it says.
I thought you meant taking the Eucharist, like, or actually, sorry, I should say.
Well, no.
receiving.
Taking the Eucharist is an early Christian tradition. That's fine. I'm talking about considering it actual blood and blood.
Oh, okay.
That's a late tradition.
Well, let's go to the.
It says here that
wait, sorry, that's actually a
1215
good point. What did it say? The Fourth Lateran Council?
Yeah, Fourth Lateran Council.
Does it give a 1215?
Yeah.
Okay.
Also, apparently, this was
Oh, no,
one of the
wait, but does it
particularly.
give a part of the council that it's in?
No.
Wait, that's Catholic. That
What?
was convoked by Pope Innocent III. That's
Yeah.
not Orthodox. And it's after 1054.
Yeah, but the Orthodoxy, they took.
Well, we don't
it's not
abide
a
by
thing
the
that was in
Fourth.
the Orthodoxy before.
We don't abide by the Fourth Lateran Council.
Right? Yeah, I know you don't, but it's a tradition still abided by the Orthodoxy.
Yeah, but not
You
because
consider
of the
you
Fourth
both
Lateran
consider
Council.
it that.
Yeah, but so
No,
why-
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that you do it because it's the Lateran Council.
Yeah.
I'm saying that that's when the idea was made.
No, I don't. I'd be surprised if that's true. Let's see. When does transubstantiation become understood?
Also, apparently this was like one of the really big divides between Catholics and Protestants. I didn't know this was like a big thing between them.
Huge. Yeah, Protestants think it's crazy. They also think a lot of stuff is crazy that Catholics and Orthodox do, like venerating Mary, venerating icons at all. But that's because Protestants are lost. They just do whatever they want.
I mean, I can see an argument for venerating Mary being like a weird thing to them. Like,
yeah,
as
man,
in,
I
like,
get
worshiping,
it.
like, false idols.
It was uncomfortable for me at first, but I tell you, it really is like liberating and freeing, an amazing practice. Okay, so Nicholas Maury has some questions. So he goes, yes, indeed, brothers, we eat bread and we drink wine as the Lord commands, but the sacrifice is complete, not ongoing. Did I say it was not complete? As our Lord Jesus did say, it is finished, John 19:30. Agree. Just a few emojis, they said, by Numenon. Thank you, Numenon. Welcome. Welcome, welcome. So tell me, is the sacrifice of Jesus complete or ongoing? It's complete. Not sure what else to tell you, Nick.
Both.
Does that mean you think you don't have to take communion? That you don't have to receive the Eucharist? That you don't have to go to church?
It's both, because humanity is ongoing, and so humans are continuously led to salvation, but they're not always saved.
The sacrifice part is over.
Safety isn't guaranteed.
The sacrifice part is over. There's more work to be done, is the point. So do you think you have no more work to do, Nicholas? Are you sinless? You're like totally free of all earthly desires and passions? You're ready to like enter into heaven and be judged by God? You've never judged your neighbor? You don't have sexual thoughts about women that you see on the street? You don't have any sort of imperfection? You are perfect. And we all are too, because the sacrifice is complete. Is that what you think? Okay. There a council? Okay. Doing ChatGPT, but it's gonna give me a council, and then we're gonna go and read the council, and then we're gonna read the actual reasons. Okay, so it looks like the earliest we're going to get are Ignatius, Justin Martyr, Irenaeus, Cyril of Jerusalem, and John Chrysostom. I know Ignatius, Justin Martyr, and Irenaeus are all within the first 2 centuries. I mean, Ignatius, that is literally as early as it gets. I think maybe only Origen is earlier than Ignatius. I think Ignatius was the bishop of Antioch in like AD 90 or something, like right within. But let's look up. So give me a Ignatius text I can read on transubstantiation. Okay, here's the chorus. Okay, let me look up his letter to the Smyrnians, chapter 7.
Smyrnians.
Isn't that awesome? Smyrnians. I love that name. I actually do.
Awful name.
PDF. Letter of St. Ignatius to the Smyrnians. Is this the whole letter, or is this like a summary? Okay, here we go. Chapter 7. They abstain from the Eucharist and from prayer because they do not confess the Eucharist is the flesh of our Savior, Jesus Christ, which suffered for our sins, and which the Father, in his loving kindness, raised from the dead. Those, therefore, who speak against this gift of God perished in the midst of their disputes. But it were better for them to treat it with respect, that they also might rise again. It is fitting, therefore, that you should avoid such people and not even speak about them, either in private or in public. Instead, you should study the prophets, and above all the gospel, in which the passion of the Christ is revealed to us, and the resurrection shown in its fulfillment. Shun division as the beginning of evil. So that's as early as it gets, really, St. Ignatius. I mean, we can look up his actual dates. So, yes. Was the word transubstantiation used? No. I mean, maybe that was invented in the 1200s, but the understanding, the concept of it, 100% around since the very earliest Christians. Very earliest. The Epistle of Ignatius to the Smyrnians is dated around 110 AD. That's before some gospel. That's before, well, That's before what the secular scholars
Mark,
would
right?
say John was written at. Yeah. So, I mean, and he's like the first bishop of Antioch, which is a huge position. So, yeah, I think it's pretty, goes back to the beginning as much as anything. Nicholas says, then we work, Philippians 2:12, on a completed sacrifice perfected forever. Yeah, so my question to you, Nicholas, is do you go to church? Because it sounds like you don't receive the Eucharist or even pretend to. So do you think your work is completed? Like what I'm just confused. I don't know what are you? Like, what do you identify as? This is great. I love this. This is a great method. Think of a weird thing. Ask ChatGPT who writes about it. Find the actual writing. Read that. That's kind of beastly.
Yeah, no, I still don't like understand like how they're deriving that it is actually like the blood and flesh of Christ.
Okay. Let's go to another one. I'm so down.
Like I understand that like the people may have believed this. That's just clear. But like he speaks in metaphor of himself, especially of himself, like all the time.
Yeah. Let's see what Justin Martyr says about this.
Now,
So
obviously,
these
people
early
would, like,
church
say
fathers,
that when he
they-
says he is God.
So
he's
the
not
thing
speaking in
is,
metaphor, but
you have to understand that the way that we see the church, especially these really early, so Justin Martyr lived from 100 to 165 AD, contemporary, but younger than Ignatius, I think. So these guys, Justin Martyr, Ignatius, they learned directly from from just the apostles, from all 12 of Jesus' disciples, who learned directly from Jesus and learned a lot more than what's explicitly put in the Bible. I think we could find the Bible like references to support this, but what's most important is the teaching that Christ gave to his disciples, the understanding that they had from the horse's mouth, so to speak, from the direct source. And then that's where Ignatius and Justin Martyr got their understanding. So the disciples would have told Ignatius is like, oh, sweet, we eat this bread and we drink this wine. That's a symbol, right? And say the disciple he was listening to was Peter, or I'm sorry, the apostle was like Peter, or one of these guys that was really close to Christ. And he said, no. That it's his body and his blood. That's why we practice it that way and believe it that way. So Justin Martyr in the First Apology, chapter 66, for not as common bread and common drink do we receive these, but in like manner as Jesus Christ our Savior, having been made flesh by the word of God, had both flesh and blood for our salvation. So likewise we have been taught that the food which is blessed by the prayer of his word, and from which our blood and flesh by transmutation are nourished, is the flesh and blood of that Jesus who was made flesh. So this is him explaining it too, and this is kind of what I'm talking about here. So likewise, we have been taught. So Justin Martyr was learning from the direct source, which are the apostles, who learned it from the source of all things. Okay, so to Nicholas, then we work on Newmount says, I feel like work is still required for salvation. For example, my faith weakens when I stop praying. So I think I'd end up losing my conviction and dedication without prayer and works. Yeah, absolutely. And the disciples were called Christians. So are you a disciple, Nicholas? And Nicholas quotes 1 Peter, and he says, I am a, quote, Christian. That just makes me uncomfortable when you're like, I'm a Christian. I didn't even ask you. I guess I did ask you what you are. I'm just curious if you go to church. I'm curious if you receive communion.
even I've received communion.
Yeah. Okay, 1 Peter 4:16.
Although to be honest, I was just fucking hungry.
Yeah. You were just hungry. That'd be kind of a bad snack.
Honestly, it's not that bad when you've been sitting there for an hour.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. A little wine. lifts your
Jesus is very
spirits.
tasty.
And at least it's not a like Baptist church where it's grape juice. Disgusting. Okay.
Wait, hold on. That does something.
Yet if anyone suffers as a Christian, let him not be ashamed, but let him glorify God in this matter. I don't understand. Okay, let's get to Mighty Sarlacc. Do you think that is a natural thing with any belief system, like affirmations or even an education on any topic? The less you study or do affirmations, the less you know it or have your affirmations confirmed. Well, it depends on what it is, right? Like, if you're studying something and it's just nonsense, like utter garbage, like, for instance, the law of one, which is like an alien, it's a new age, like, alien religion belief that I was involved in for a little while. Then actually the more you study it, the more you go like, wait a second, what? What's going on here? And same with like math and science, honestly. A lot of times you see scientists and they're like, the deeper they get into it, the less sure they are about anything. And actually the people that are most sure about like math, science, history, any like sort of academic pursuit are usually the ones that are kind of the most naive. What do you think about that, Infamous?
What the fuck are you talking about?
You don't think that's true?
The more knowledgeable someone is on a subject, the
Yeah.
less they know about that subject. What?
Yeah, the less they know about the totality of the subject. So it takes like a special kind of idiot to be like, I know all of science or something, right? That would be a real idiot. And then there's levels
Right,
to
but
that.
what you're
There's
saying
a
implies
gradation
that-
to that.
But what you're saying is someone who has studied science their whole life knows it less than someone who doesn't.
No, that's not what I said. I said they realize they
Yes.
don't know anything. I'm just saying what Socrates said back in the day. He's like, I'm the smartest man in Greece because I'm the only one that knows that he knows nothing.
I mean, but he didn't know nothing.
That's the point. The more you know, the less you realize you know compared to the actual full basis of knowledge of that particular subject or of anything.
I feel like you're making a different claim than you just made.
That was the claim I've always been trying to make, the Socrates claim. So maybe I misworded it.
Because you're saying
or
like, yeah, like the way it sounded was the more a mathematician studies mathematics, the more he realizes he doesn't know anything about mathematics.
The more he realizes he doesn't know anything
true.
about the fullness of mathematics.
I mean, true, but that's not what it sounded like. What it sounded like was
I
doesn't know,
apologize.
he knows less than the layman.
Forgive me, a sinner. I apologize. Okay. Do you think that is a natural... Okay, wait, we said that. Sorry, that was a response for works with prayer and how you feel closer to God the more you pray with the affirmation example. Yeah, I mean, that's just the question, though. You wouldn't really necessarily feel closer. Maybe you would, but maybe you wouldn't. It would kind of be like a 50-50. I mean, I don't know what the odds would be. Like, if you were, for instance, praying to the devil or something, and you were, like, spending all your time studying about the devil, and then you're like, praying to him, and you realize that the devil is all about division and separation and creating distance between things instead of unifying them. So then you couldn't actually, the more you studied the devil and prayed to the devil, actually the farther you'd feel from him and from everything else, the more you did. So Numenon says, I think that this mainly happens with goals. I get less attached to fulfilling a goal the less I try to fulfill it. It's like takes away from motivation, certain actions add motivation, and a lack of action. He's saying basically the less I act towards a goal, the less I want to fulfill the goal. Yeah, I think that's probably true. There's sort of this like positive feedback loop.
I'm gonna have to head after this. But
Yeah.
I do wanna touch on something because I was studying specifically tag over the weekend.
Oh, nice.
And I understand it more than how you've explained it in the
Good.
past.
Yeah, I'm a dummy, so that makes sense.
Well, more that it was just explained in different terms.
Yeah.
So from what I can understand, the argument sees... So there's two parts of it. One, there's the first premise, which I just don't think can be demonstrated, which if it's not, the whole thing falls apart. But there's the second purpose of the argument, which is that if you don't have a justification for logic, you can't use logic. And I think I also disagree with that, considering that...
Yeah. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Well, I mean, considering that I think that the syllogism that I found refuting it, well, that specific subpoint, not the whole tag argument,
Yeah.
is that the self entails all the logical absolutes, whether or not it grounds them is a separate issue, right? But it entails them, which means that they do exist.
Yeah.
Right?
Agreed.
Whether or not they're justified by something else is completely separate.
Completely agree.
They exist and I use them.
Completely agree.
Right?
But that's why it's a kind of straw man that you...
hold on. So if I can use logic to consider tag, right, then I can use it to critique it, which means that I can critique the first premise not being demonstrated. There's no demonstration that the laws of logic need ontology.
But didn't you just
need
say
ontology beyond themselves?
I thought you just said the self entails them.
Yeah, entails them as in from a not from an ontological standpoint, from a epistemological.
Well, don't they have to exist to be entailed by the self?
Yes, they exist. No one's arguing that they not even you was calling into question that they exist. You're just saying that they need a justification, and I haven't seen it.
I agree. Well, then that's why you kind of strawmanned the second premise or whatever, the thing you were saying that you were refuting. You said
the second premise.
You need the laws of logic. I'm sorry, you need to have a justification for the laws of logic to use them. But I never.
I'm saying that sometimes. No. I wasn't saying that that's a premise or anything. I'm saying that's usually the argumentation around the topic of people who don't understand the argument.
Yeah.
But they use it anyway.
But I hope I've never said that, because that's definitely not.
No. You've never said that. Now I will say, fucking what's his name has said that. The British fella.
Oh, Tony. Yeah, sometimes. Yeah, I'm sure.
Tony has said that.
Maybe Tony. Tony gets excited. We love Tony.
But so as far as I can tell, the actual fullness of tag is saying that logic has normativity and universality, and that can only be explained with God.
Yeah.
Therefore, God exists.
Yeah.
And so when he says explained, he means like ontologically justified.
Yeah.
And so first of all, I don't necessarily believe in the not the premise, but it's more of an argument surrounding tag that God is the only way that you can justify these things. I don't believe that. The second thing I don't believe is that also this is the part where you make the joke that atheists don't believe things. Haha, funny.
Yeah. Right.
I'll get to the positive arguments around it in a minute.
Yeah.
The second thing is that you're saying that these things, that logic is normative, which means that it's a force that acts upon things to make things logical, and that it's universal, as in it holds true in all possible worlds. And my argument against that being that God is the only justification for that ontologically. Again, I don't believe that they need to be justified ontologically, but if I were to indulge in trying to propose one, first of all, I don't think logic is a normative force. I think it's just in the nature of things to be logical. I think illogical things are impossible.
I've just said that they're universal and conceptual. I don't think they're necessarily a normative force.
I mean, that's what tag argues, is that they're a normative force, unless there's some special...
I think it just argues that they're universal and conceptual. Concepts exist in a mind, and if it's a universal concept, it must exist in a universal mind. And that's only one prong. That's
sure. Then in that case, I may have been studying like a new form of tag or like an old form of tag, but I know the normative force argument was in there. Like it's a force, and that force must be, done by something. Yeah. And that something is God. But I just don't think it's a force at all. Like it's not a force like gravity. It's not a force.
Yeah, I don't think it really is either. I think it's more like a rule or something.
Well, I think it's a nature of everything. Like we are logical things. We can't act illogically. Like it's just not in our nature. It's not a force.
Yeah. And then I would just say on a simple level, this isn't like official tag, but on a simple level, it's like, well, what does that say about the universe that it's logical?
Well, I just don't think that illogical things can exist. So it's not a thing that logic is embarked on us, or that logic is used by us. It's just that the opposite of logic, illogic, or the lack of logic, illogic, doesn't exist. So it can't be used. There's nothing else to use.
Well, and that's a good proof for the universality of it.
Yeah, exactly. That's the
Yeah.
that's the other proof for the universality of it. I think that the syllogism that
Mm-hmm.
I read was from a foundationalist,
Yeah.
where he said that thought occurs. Thought is necessarily rational and logical.
Sure.
Thought can be demonstrated, therefore logic can be demonstrated.
Okay.
All thought is therefore rational. Therefore, no thought can be irrational.
No thought.
Therefore,
You should get into a fight with
Yeah.
my ex-girlfriend.
yeah, and that's the other point he gets into is that like, but doesn't this mean that like people should all be like perfect
Yeah.
thinkers?
Yeah.
And it's like mistakes aren't the same explanation as square circles.
Right.
Like illogical thoughts don't exist, but not having all the factors to complete a logical thought do exist. Like for instance, if I have a mathematical problem, 2 + 2 = 3,
Yeah.
or 2 + 2 equaling 4, and then you take out the 2, I can deduce 4. But what if you take out 2 and 4? Now it's just 2 plus something equals something.
Yeah.
Could be anything,
Yeah,
right? I'm not acting illogical
Sure.
unless I come to a conclusion.
Sure. Yeah. Okay.
And so if people come to conclusions, then it's because they're inputting things into those spaces
yeah.
against their will. It's something that has to happen in their brain, or something that happens in against their will. Like you may like act a certain way with muscle memory sometimes.
Yeah.
Then you want to act.
Yeah.
He posits that it's something like that, but in the brain, because the brain is a muscle, and so it's used to certain behavior.
Okay. I mean, I'm not exactly sure how this relates to tag. Still, the brain stuff.
Oh,
because
it's the universal. Well, so that was specifically in relation to actual like reality that he was experiencing.
So
But
does he agree
with-
that logic
with-
is abstract, or does he think it's like?
He does think that logic is like abstract or in some way metaphysical.
Yeah.
He doesn't think that it's conceptual.
Well, okay. So then I'll just ask this.
For
So
instance, I can think of a rock, but rocks also actually exist.
yeah, well, that's what we think about logic too. But so, is this a true dichotomy? Things are either abstract or concrete.
Hold on a second, it's fucking bugging there. Yeah, there's like bug cuts all over my screen.
That's a bummer. I hate that.
Yeah,
Are things either
so, say that
abstract
again?
or concrete?
What do you mean by concrete?
Well,
You mean like materialistic?
yeah, I guess. I mean, are they? Do they? Yeah. Well, I guess are they either abstract or not abstract? Maybe I don't know. Like, what would be not?
Well, I mean, if
abstract?
they're
Like,
either abstract or not abstract, that's just like
That's a true dichotomy.
Like, that's
Okay.
just true. Yeah.
And where do all abstractions exist?
I mean, it's not a thing with a place. It's not in the nature of like abstractions to have places.
Well, they do exist somewhere that we know of.
Not necessarily. Well, okay. If
They exist in our minds.
Well, no, they're used by our minds, but we don't necessarily know if they exist in any kind of place in like a spatial or
Well,
temporal
not
way.
in a concrete way. That's why I was trying to use concrete and abstract. So,
Well, I don't know what you mean by concrete. So.
I guess I just mean physical, maybe material.
Yeah, I mean, if they're not material,
Yeah,
then they don't
right.
exist in any kind of place.
So,
it's-
but
like,
existence
would you say that
in
God
the
exists in
mind
a place?
is still yes, God exists in every place. So
Right,
existence
but do you
in a
think that
mind.
he as a totality exists in a place, like especially like before creation, like before space existed?
Well,
he didn't
I have
exist
absolutely
in a place because that doesn't make no sense.
I have no information, and I can't even speak analogically about the essence of God, and I'm probably not even qualified to speak about.
I'm more saying that
his
the nature of
energies
logic doesn't
in
seem
this
to be tied
regard.
to like dimensionality and space and time. Like it doesn't seem to be. It
I'm
can be
just asking
applied
if
to things
it's-
in space and time.
The main question, which I think that we run up against, is you believe that abstractions can exist not in a mind. Is that fair?
No, I think that so it depends on what you mean by exist in. I think that they can be accessed by minds, used by minds, etc., etc. But I don't think that they exist in like a place. I don't think that that's in like their nature to exist in a place. Like they're not like they seem to transcend in some way space and or time because like if all space and time were to cease to exist, the statement
Yeah.
no space and time exists would still be true. So it's clearly not
what
existent in
and
a
what
place.
makes a statement?
What do you mean? What makes us? I mean, it's just an instantiation of a situation where we're considering it. We're being.
So who instantiates anything?
I
Right?
mean, it's a
persons.
It's a,
The idea that I'm
it's a
getting, the idea that I'm
hypothetical,
getting
so
at is you need a person, or you need a mind, to make any, like,
propositions. Yeah, because minds make propositions.
yeah, right. And the laws of logic essentially are propositions.
I don't think that. No. I don't think that the laws of logic are propositions.
eFool says, why is tag important? I don't understand what it offers. Well, it probably depends on where you stand. Hello and welcome. Welcome to the
It's
chat.
the grayest area that Christians and theists can argue in. That's really why.
Well, I think it's actually there's the strongest argument.
I agree. It's the strongest argument.
Yeah. It's an epistemological argument, so it goes to, well, and an ontological.
Well, no, it's an ontological argument. I don't know about epistemology.
Well, no, it addresses
It's about
epistemology.
the reliability
because
of knowledge, not how we know things.
The necessary precondition for epistemology is knowledge. Yes or no?
Say that again?
A necessary precondition for epistemology itself is knowledge.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, the study of
Okay.
the subject, you need the subject.
A necessary precondition for knowledge is an objective base of knowledge.
I mean, I don't necessarily agree with that.
Oh, you don't think so? So
I mean, a
what is
necessary base of
then?
knowledge like you're saying that.
Well, you're
a
saying
necessary
you're
base-
saying it
okay.
presupposes God or a universal mind or something like that, but that's not the argument. It's kind of just a yes
I
or
haven't
no.
said that.
Okay.
I don't know where you got that from. I was saying that the way you phrased it seems to say that there is knowledge before there is knowers, which doesn't make any sense.
No, I think you're right. That wouldn't make sense if there were no knowers. But
Yeah,
there's
I think
an
that knowledge
eternal
is just the
there's an eternal knower
understanding.
is the point.
Yeah, I mean, I just think that knowledge is the understanding of a fact. It's not necessarily
And what is
the
a fact?
fact itself.
But what is a fact?
A fact would be something that is true.
Okay. I guess.
Truth doesn't
What does
necessarily need
true
to be
mean?
coherent
I don't really
by a
understand
mind.
what true means in this regard, or how it's different than a fact.
Real. I mean, I'm not saying it's different. We're defining it.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. So anyway, I'm just saying the necessary precondition for knowledge is a knower. I think that's fair. I also think
I
knowledge
think you cut out.
pre-exist people. That cut out.
Wait, knowledge pre-exists people?
Yeah. Well, you just said it's a
You
true
mean
fact.
minds?
Are you saying there were no true facts before people?
True facts and knowledge aren't the same thing.
Oh, then what is knowledge again?
Knowledge is the understanding of a fact.
Oh, the understanding of a fact. I understand.
Yeah.
Okay. Fair enough.
Knowledge wouldn't be a fact because then you wouldn't have knowledge of a fact. You would have a fact.
eFool says, does tag attempt to explain axioms? How is this not going to set up a special pleading?
It does
for
actually.
God?
It does actually attempt to explain axioms like the laws of logic,
Well, you
specifically the ontology of them.
No, it just gives a justification for the axioms that we hold. Whereas you take
just
them
said.
as axiomatic, we don't have to.
I mean, yeah,
So
but
you
take
have-
an extra
you
step
have-
in
if
ontology
you believe
that I don't
that-
have to.
If you believe that, say, belief in God is an unjustified axiom or an unjustified belief, well, you have hundreds of them. So
Yeah, but see,
why is
here's
it a
the thing:
problem?
is that you have one that takes an extra step. It's a
Doesn't
new
take an
category.
extra step.
It's not-
It
It
actually-
does take an extra step.
actually
If you have a shelf of
explains-
beliefs, if you have a ladder of beliefs that
Yeah.
all end up at the top, like getting the laws of logic are at the top one, right? You're not putting God beside them. You're putting him above them. It's creating an
Yeah, because he
entirely new
actually
category.
because he
That's
explains
a
them.
different dimension of explanation than me saying I
Yeah.
could have millions of axioms on that lower
metalogical.
ladder. I could have millions of axioms on that lower ladder, and it wouldn't equal your new category. That's how ontology works and justification for those things works.
Yeah, I agree.
can't create a new category above them without justification.
Right, and so the justification is that they need to be justified. Well,
Okay,
that's not
so
exactly
that's
what
circular
it is.
argument.
But, yeah, well, metalogic is circular, right? So, right. So can we start with God and derive axioms? Thus, those aren't axioms. Yeah, I would argue that the laws of logic. I mean, maybe I don't know. I haven't thought about this.
It's
too
coherent, but not
deeply.
necessarily.
But yeah, the laws of logic aren't axiomatic necessarily, if there's a justification for them.
If.
Yeah. Also, funnily enough, axioms are provable. For example, we often pick axioms in math based on the results.
Well, no, axioms aren't provable. They're demonstratable.
They're coherent, maybe.
No, they're demonstratable. Like he just said, it's based on the answers. Like there's a difference between ontological justification and demonstration. Like I can demonstrate that I exist in my own epistemology, but I can't justify why I exist. I just don't have access to that kind of information ontologically. Hello?
Okay, sorry. I'm back. I had to run to the bathroom real quick. I think it looks like we lost Infamous, but that's okay. Oh, no, we didn't. We lost myself somehow. Somehow we lost myself. No, okay, I'm back. I had to run to the bathroom. Okay, so the question, I mean, really, my thing is, if the laws of logic or knowledge or something like that, well, we can go back to knowledge if we want to keep it to epistemology, like explain epistemology. I think that'd be fun. And we do logic all the time, and we don't always do knowledge. So
it just depends on whether or not you want to have a conversation about ontology and actual justification in like objective reality, and whether or not that can be justified in and of itself, or how we know things. Because we've already agreed that we know things because we exist.
No, I never agreed to that. I agree. We need to. I said we need to exist to know things. The self is important for knowing things. Sure.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
That's not why.
Well, that is why. Otherwise, we wouldn't have it.
That's why. That's the telos
it's at least,
of why we know things.
Yeah, the reason we know things is because we exist.
No, because we could exist and not know things, like a rock.
No, that's not true. Because
yes, it
thinking beings is what we are.
Okay, whatever. I mean,
like
I understand.
The self is a thought producing.
Every formal system rests on axioms. It would have to be shown that God is a simpler axiom that derives everything else. Otherwise, I don't understand the point. Well, God is simpler than all the transcendental categories and does derive, and they all can be derived from him. So that's exactly right.
You demonstrate that?
Yeah, that's what we're working on right now. So I think so just to quickly go over the laws of logic, an ontology, for instance, if the laws of logic are universal and abstract or conceptual, and then you just have to, so if the laws of logic are universal and conceptual, which I think is almost self-evident that they are, but we can get into that more deeply about the conceptual point, then there must be a universal mind. As simple as that. Conceptual means mind dependent. If they're universal, universal mind. There you go. Prong one, right? Knowledge. So let's get into knowledge because we don't often do this one. So for epistemology, what is knowledge? Do you have a definition you like, Infamous? You don't have a definition for knowledge. I think it's justified.
Hold on. Hello.
Oh, can you hear me? Yeah. I can hear you now.
Yeah, I said the understanding of a fact.
The understanding of a fact. Okay, so, and what is a fact?
Something that comports to reality.
Something that comports to reality.
In other words, it's true.
Okay, something that is true. I think knowledge is a justified true belief. That's what I would say. Do you agree with that? Is that...
Yeah, I mean, I think that if you're using the JTB, that's a fine understanding of it. I mean, it depends what you mean by justified. That's why I never use the JTB, because you almost have to get into what you mean by justified and what knowledge is justified and what isn't. But
what do you mean by justified?
I mean, if I was using the JTB, what I'd mean by justified is that, like, It depends on what like form of knowledge you're talking about. Like if we're talking about basic laws of logic, it would be justified for me to believe them because their negation would imply them.
Sure.
So it's like impossible to not consider them.
Okay, and then can other,
Like, it's
can
via
other
its
things be
necessity.
justified as well, other than like the most foundational things?
Yeah, like I think that what's it called? Like the mathematics and stuff, like they can be justified because again they're implied.
Okay. Sweet.
It just depends on by what standard we're talking about justification. Because like if I'm saying that sure, I can't know anything to the certain extent because I think the knowledge isn't like a state. I think it's a gradient. Like I can know things to certain degrees better than I can know other things. Like I would even say that you would say that while usually we have justified true belief, I think you would agree that some instances like God revealing something would be an absolute knowledge.
Yeah, I think it would be justified in that belief, though. I mean,
yeah, it would be both. It would be a greater category, but also include that category. It's
Right.
not that it's not that category.
Sure. Okay, so justified true belief. So what is so then we have to figure out what is truth, right? Like what is a justifiable truth maker?
What do you mean?
Well, truth has to be made, no?
Made? No.
Decided.
No. No.
Yeah,
Does
I don't
it?
think so.
Can you prove that?
I'm not sure. Again, it's like it kind of comes down to this thing where it seems like truth is something intrinsically conceptual. Do you disagree with that?
Truth is conceptual. Well, I don't know if truth is conceptual. I think it's abstract.
Okay, abstract.
Like
That's another.
Can something that
To
would
me,
be like
abstract
true
and conceptual
would be
are
like knowledge.
To me, those are like synonyms almost.
They're not.
Abstract
One
and conceptual.
implies a mind and the other does not.
So what about what can not? And I'm not saying argument from ignorance. I'm just curious. Like, can you think of anything abstract that does not require a mind?
Well, no, because I'd be thinking about it.
Well, yeah. So how are you saying that like abstract and conceptual are separate, or how do you know that? Is what I would.
I mean,
ask.
you asked if I can't think of one. I mean, here's the thing: is that like I can present to you a situation in which something could be the case without any minds. Like for instance,
Sure, go for it.
It would
Yeah.
be the case that an abstract thing exists without any minds. Like for instance, if nothing exists, the proposition or the situation that nothing exists would be true.
Okay, like some kind of abstract truth, and yet
Yeah,
there are no
it would be
minds.
true independent. Yeah.
That's a tough one. Is that the only one you can think of? Because nothing is tough. Because then there wouldn't, if nothing exists, then even truth wouldn't exist, right?
Well, no, because it's not a thing; it's not an object.
So you're just saying nothing.
by object, I mean
material.
like an
So you're
ontological
saying
object.
nothing material exists.
Well, so like, yeah, sure. There's nothing to consider having truth value except, like, for instance, like mathematics and shit. Like for instance,
But then
if we're
something
talking
would have
about,
to consider the truth of there being nothing that exists, right?
well, that's more the nature of this discussion because we are minds than the nature of the case.
Okay.
Like you're saying there has to be something to consider it. Well, yeah, we're considering it right now.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't see any reason to believe that truth doesn't have to be considered.
Well,
Just
I mean, that's
because
the thing
I'm
is that
doing it or
you're
you're
saying
doing
that
it.
truth. Well, yeah, I'm saying that truth doesn't necessarily have to be considered. Because you're just saying that we can't think of an abstract that can't be considered because we think about it. Well,
No,
yeah,
I'm
that's
really
the
not
definition. It's a
trying
limitation
to-
of us.
I'm not really trying to do that. I'm just saying, how are you so sure that they can be separated, is my question.
Well, because it seems to be the case that our consideration of a truth has nothing to do with the truth.
And why does that seem to be the case?
Well, like, for instance, if there was no minds,
Yeah.
right, it would be the case, it would be true that there's no minds.
Okay. Oh, yeah. I mean, I agree.
Yeah, I mean, so there you go. Like, if you agree with that, then you agree that abstracts can be mind independent.
Oh, if it's the case that there are no minds at all, not just like material human minds. If it's the case that there are no minds, then it would be
It would still be true that there are
True.
no minds.
that there are no minds.
No one would know that there is no minds because there would be no minds.
Mm-hmm.
But it would be true.
Interesting. Not sure. I have to think about that. I guess would it be true if it were true that there were no minds? Then it's true that there are no minds. I guess maybe. Yeah, but it's
Well,
not,
I mean, it would have
that's
to be
not
for that
obvious
situation to
to
even be
me.
true.
That's not obvious to me. Well, I just don't think there could be truth without any minds.
Right, but is that true?
That there could not be truth without minds?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's true, but I have a mind and I'm saying it, so I mean that doesn't say anything.
Right, but so does that mean that like once your mind stops existing, the truth stops existing? Like,
I don't think the ultimate mind could ever stop existing. So
right, but what I'm saying is that it just doesn't seem the case that God is necessary for abstractions. It just seems the case that you're saying that abstractions.
I'm just
imply
saying that
God.
minds are necessary for abstractions, and even this one that you just presented, like if it's true there are no minds, then it's true that there are no minds is kind of striking me, and I'm not sure if I can prove this or demonstrate it as a square circle situation, where it's a meaningless statement that cancels itself out.
Well, but it doesn't, because you're saying that truth is dependent upon a mind.
Yeah.
But if I say that no minds exist, is that true? Like, because
Well, that's what I'm saying.
What it seems
but
like
wait,
is
but
that,
wait, hold on. So, if it's true that truth does depend on a mind, then no. The answer is just no.
right, but that's what I'm saying. Because I'm obviously not saying that that it is the case that when there is no minds that something is necessary.
Well, the answer actually isn't just
depending
no.
on it.
It's that it's a malformed question. Like the question makes no sense. It's like, can God lift a rock, make a rock that's too big for him to lift? It's one of those questions. Like it actually doesn't make sense. That's only
if his nature is so much. That's only if his nature is so that he is necessary. But we're trying to demonstrate that.
No, I know. I'm not bringing that in as an example. I'm just saying I'm not sure how you're so sure that the question that you just posed even makes sense. Or in other words, like to bring it back,
Because
I'm not sure how
there's no
you
demonstration that abstractions are connected to minds.
But there's no demonstration that they're not. And actually, the demonstration that abstractions are connected to minds is the everyday experience. Like if you wanted to say like the demonstration that you believe that yourself is a self is your experience of always being a self, well, your and my experience of every abstraction is entirely conceptual. So I'm not sure how you can so
Well, yeah, minds can only
assuredly...
achieve
Hold on.
abstractions by being
So how do
conceptual.
you...
That's a limitation of us, not a limitation of abstraction.
Well, you're just stating that. You're just asserting that. So I don't know how you're getting there.
What do you mean I'm just
How are
asserting
you
that?
jumping?
We are necessarily... Hold on. I'm telling you.
Yeah.
We can only conceptualize abstracts. Do you agree with that? I can't hold
Yeah.
an abstract.
Yeah, sure.
Okay,
Yeah.
so that's a limitation of us, not of the abstract necessarily.
Right, necessarily. So how are you getting... The only examples we ever have are that abstracts can only be conceptualized.
Right, they can be conceptualized, but that doesn't mean that they're conceptual.
Okay, I agree. That doesn't necessarily mean
I can
that
hold a
they're
tool, but that doesn't mean the
strictly-
tool is always in my hand.
I understand. I agree. That doesn't mean they're always conceptual, but how are you stating with such like assuredness that they are not conceptual, counter to all of our experience? I'm not.
Because they don't seem to be connected to our
Okay, great. So
conceptions of-
why don't they seem to be? Like, where do you get that?
Well, exactly what I just said there is that like the only way that you could actually argue that they are connected to our conception of them is that there is some ultimate mind, but that has to be demonstrated separate from the case.
But what if this is the demonstration?
It's not a demonstration.
Okay. So basically, I don't believe in God, therefore abstracts are not.
Well, I'm saying
conceptual.
that you're trying to prove God with.
So
the
you're
case,
begging
but
the
case isn't
question,
made.
though. This is you special pleading or begging the question to.
How am I special?
I'm not sure. I don't even know what special pleading means. So begging.
Special pleading basically means your thing can't do this, my thing can do this, and they're like the same guy.
Okay, I'll have to look into that because I keep seeing people say that and I don't even know what it means, but I also don't want to know what it means in a way. But anyway.
For instance, I think a case of special pleading for tag would be that you're saying that God has all these necessary properties to justify the logical absolutes, and that's okay. But then when I say that the logical absolutes have those properties innate to themselves, you said that that's not okay. I think that's special pleading for God.
Well, yeah, but they just clearly don't. I mean, the logical properties don't have personhood. They don't have personhood.
I mean, I don't think personhood is a necessity for reality.
Oh, that's a different prong of tag. But anyway, Numenon says special pleading equals making an arbitrary exception to a rule.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, everything has to follow this rule except mine. It's the famous thing why the Kalam cosmological argument has changed.
Okay, cool.
Like it used to be everything that exists has a cause, and then people were like, well, God. And it's like, okay, well, everything that begins to exist has a cause.
Right. Which is good. That's fair. Okay, so... yeah, I don't think tag is special pleading. We could get into that, but I literally just learned what it is, so maybe that's not our best strategy. I felt like we were getting somewhere.
I said framed in tag. Like for instance, usually when I say that, and then correct me if I'm wrong, but if I were to say that all these properties that you say that God needs in order to justify reality ontologically, specifically the logical absolutes, if I just apply those to the logical absolutes themselves, you would say what?
I would say the logical absolutes justify the logical absolutes?
No. I'm saying that they justify everything else.
Well, I agree with that. Well, in a way,
yeah, they justify everything else.
But that doesn't explain what justifies them. That doesn't explain what justifies them.
But you're saying that they need justification.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like me asking if God needs a justification. It's a wrong question.
Well, it's like, yeah, I mean, he's a necessary being.
Yeah, these are necessary. That's the property I'm applying to them that you say that only applies to God.
I guess they're necessary. I'm not sure they are.
They're necessary via demonstration and ontology.
Yeah, I mean, to have any conversation at all, you need them, so I get that.
Yeah, and we're having conversation, therefore they exist.
Therefore they exist, right. And they're universal and conceptual, therefore a universal mind exists.
That's you're just saying they're conceptual, but
that's what we were doing. That's what we were doing. I was like, how are you? I'm still confused about how you're with so much certitude extracting.
I don't know where you got this certitude. I said that abstractions aren't necessarily conceptual. I'm not saying they're not conceptual. Because like obviously every time I've conceptualized of an abstract, it's been a conception.
Yeah. And I agree that they're not. I agree that just because it's not the fact that we conceptualize them that makes abstractions conceptual, but is basically the reason you believe they can be separated just because you don't believe in God.
Because I don't believe it. No. It's a response to the argument rather than a personal belief. Like you're trying to prove the very mind that you're saying proves the premise that needs the mind to be proved. Like, if I'm saying that all abstractions are contingent upon a conceptualization of them, and therefore a mind, then I have to use that to prove the mind. That's circular.
I kind of missed that. So...
Okay, so you're saying that all abstractions are conceptions.
Yeah.
Right? And conceptions necessitate a mind, right?
Yeah.
In one of your premises.
Yeah.
Right, but now a mind, which is you call God, is in your premise and in your conclusion, which means it's a circular argument.
I thought my premises were the laws of logic are universal.
Well, saying they're conceptual basically means that
Okay,
saying
and they're dependent on a mind
implies a mind.
I see what you're saying.
Saying they're conceptual implies a mind, so it's basically saying, okay, a mind exists, therefore a mind exists, and we call that mind God.
Right. Got you.
It's like okay.
Yeah. Oh, sweet. Tony's in the chat there. What's up, Tony? I just got back from Budapest and a Christian retreat with Bob of Speaker's Corner. Congrats, man. That's awesome.
It's going to look terrible on my end, but I did say I had to go in like 5
I know you
fucking
did.
minutes,
No,
so-
I know you did. That's totally fine. I don't have the brain power to follow this tonight. I've got a few more Christians lined up to come on soon. Well, awesome. That'd be great.
Oh shit, send them
Appreciate
to me, bro.
that. Send them over whenever. And I don't have the brain power for this either. And I said that I was a changed man. That I had a... Well, everyone missed this, but I had an epiphany last night. I need to change my ways, man. My ways are no good. I need to start wearing
What do you mean?
visors that say Jesus Christ on them. Everywhere
Jesus,
I go. No,
bro.
I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Have you ever heard
Circular
of Bible Man?
and circular is fine at the paradigm level, which yes, but I'm not ready or prepared, or I don't think Infamous even wants to. I don't think.
Well, I
we
mean,
need to get into
circularity is fine at the paradigm level, but tag isn't a paradigm argument.
Yes, it is.
Arguments to justify the paradigm.
It is a
well, no,
paradigm
it's an ontological
No,
justification
no.
of the paradigm,
No.
not a paradigm.
No, it is a paradigm argument. It attacks others' paradigms and.
No,
and
you're not
basically-
understanding what paradigm argument means. A paradigm
Uh-huh.
argument means that I'm trying to justify my worldview with an argument, and that then becomes my paradigm, not in and of itself being a paradigm.
What? I didn't understand that at all.
So, okay, if I have a paradigm, it just ends in a presupposition.
This would be
Right.
great to
There's no
watch. By the way, to watch Infamous debate Jay Dyer. I would love that. I'd absolutely love that.
I've been thinking about it, dude, but like
You should.
honestly, I like just by the fact that he has such a big audience, I'd be slammed.
Well, don't worry about that. I mean, I got slammed by the audience of Deconstruction Zone, but I was glad I did it at the end of the day.
What the fuck? Who's deconstruction? Though?
Oh, you didn't? Were you not here on that stream? I went on Deconstruction Zone's like a kind of a he's like a TikTok like scholar, and he deconstructs. He puts the post like your God is imaginary, and I talked with him for like an hour pretty much. I thought I did okay. He got me on some biblical scholarship stuff, but then I realized he was being really slimy when I was doing the research afterwards. He totally misrepresented the scholarly position, which I was shocked by. I thought he was being at least an honest, like, secular scholar, but he
Yeah,
wasn't
it's
even
why I don't
doing
like
that.
to get into the biblical scholar shit
know,
about
it's
the
tough.
Bible. Like, don't get me wrong. It would be cool to learn about. I would prefer to learn about it in person from an actual church father.
Yeah.
I think it would be a cool discussion.
Yeah.
Not much for reading about the tradition. I would like to experience the tradition.
Well, yeah, I have a whole document here this is just about Daniel 9, which he just butchered, but I didn't have the knowledge to, like, counteract it at the time. So I've been putting together this document to, next time I go in, be like, hey, man, you said a bunch of stuff about Daniel 9. Just want to get your take and see if you have responses to these responses that I was able to research. And then that's when it'll get interesting. But he just, like, misrepresented a lot of the scholarship, which I thought was pretty slimy because he is a scholar. Like, he's in a PhD program or something
Yeah.
doing this.
I also think that the only way I would be able to debate Jay Dyer is probably in like a Lutheran debate, like where we both have like opening statements, cross-exam, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah.
Because otherwise we're just going to talk over each other. We have the same way of debating.
That's true.
So it's just going to
That's true.
devolve.
Well, that's what Newman said. Newman said, wait, where did he say it? Also, Jay has little patience, so Infamous would get kicked within 5 minutes. Yeah.
Yeah,
But
exactly.
5 minutes
like,
would be
that's the
enough.
thing.
I mean, I'd just like to see the 5 minutes at least.
Yeah. Because he's
Numenon
just
also
going to interrupt
says-
me. I'm going to interrupt him.
I thought paradigm arguments are comparing worldviews. That's what I thought too, but then Infamous gave like a whole other...
Paradigm arguments are. Paradigms are not. Like that.
Oh,
that
yeah,
that
I
was
know.
what I was ranging in on. Is that it's not a
Well,
tag isn't a paradigm. That's
At
what
the
was said.
end of the... tag isn't a paradigm. No.
That's what was said. Yeah, that's why I was like, no, it's a paradigm
No.
argument.
Yeah, paradigm argument, 100%. The paradigm is, well, I'm just gonna go ahead and say Orthodox Christianity, but I think I still don't
I mean,
quite understand
tag can be
why
used to justify
it can't be.
any specific.
Exactly. So
tag
basically,
can be
what
used to
you do,
justify any actual
you
worldview.
do what you
it's just
do
whether
with
or not it falls
tag
apart after that.
is you run, and maybe this is where I'm fucking up, where I'm messing up. I'm on the defensive way too much, because
Oh, yeah,
all
dude,
these
100%.
things are easily justified in the Christian paradigm. Knowledge, abstractions, logic, all the stuff.
Well,
I mean, it makes
just
perfect
allow them to
sense.
jump into the deep end, dude. Like that's the thing that Jay Dyer does. Like he allows you to go from like a simple philosophical ontology or epistemology into the deep end of his knowledge on like the early church fathers and like the actual Christian knowledge about stuff. Like that's what he does. What
Mhm.
he does is he goes, well, how does this? Well, someone will be like, well, how does this specifically relate to the Christian God? And
you're
then
like,
he'll be
"Oh,
like, well,
boom."
he'll be like, well, do you want to get into that? I can actually bring you back to the church fathers and stuff. And people get lost in the weeds. I don't get lost in the weeds. I hate getting into the fucking topic of like the church and shit. I don't know anything about it. And to be quite honest, I don't care about it.
No, I
If
know.
you
Well, that's
can't
why I don't want to
justify
get.
it at
Well,
the
I'm not trying to
philosophical
get
level, I don't care.
anyone into the weeds.
That's
but
what he does.
really
Though.
what
He
I
fucking
should
brings
be
him into the weeds.
what I should be doing is challenging your worldview because you believe in logic and all this stuff.
Yeah, I believe that. I
And you
believe that
believe in them
logic
as
is necessary
brute
in
facts.
reality.
Yeah, and they're just brute facts,
Yeah.
right?
I've actually been studying up on justifying my
And
own
so-
world because, like, don't get me wrong. I the way I debate a theist is the way that I think is honest to do so. I have justifications for my old worldview. Like, for instance, I think that logic is necessary via reality. Like, I think that I don't think illogical things can exist. Therefore, all that exists is logical. That explains the universality of logic. Like, that's the reason why I think that logic is universal, and some might say normative. And like the reason that I think that morals exist is because if you innately have value as a thinking being,
That doesn't explain
right? Like,
why it exists, though. That just says logic is logic, therefore logic.
right, but that's because you're asking. Yeah, I mean, God exists because God is God. Like, whatever. Like that. That's the same thing that you are doing with your ontology.
See, this is if I were Jay Dyer, I go tu quoque. I asked you a question, you have to answer it.
Yeah, that's fine. You're saying it's a tu quoque, but I'm
Yeah.
saying that the question that you're asking has no justification. You're asking me for a justification for a thing I don't even necessarily need to be the case.
Right. So you don't think so? If it's unjustified, then it's not knowledge. It's not a justified true belief. So you don't have knowledge of your own worldview.
What are you talking about?
You don't have knowledge of the laws of logic because you think they can
But
be
I do.
unjustified, or you don't have a justification. for them.
Do you have knowledge of God which is also unjustified?
What makes you think he's unjustified? Also, tu quoque.
Do you
Tu
think- do you
quoque.
think
Tu
he's
quoque. Tu
unjustified?
quoque. See, should I just become him?
I mean, you're just shouting tu quoque.
Well, it is, right? I mean, I asked you a question, then you just asked me another question.
I answered your question and then said that you do the same.
What was the answer to my question? If you're so you don't have knowledge of
I do
the
have
laws of
knowledge
logic?
of my own. I do
Okay,
have,
so what?
I do have knowledge.
So the question is, what justifies them? Because it's a justified true belief.
Do they need
it's knowledge.
justification? You think
but-
that justified true
oh.
belief means justification in ontology?
Oh, ha ha ha. Yes.
No, justified true belief is to the agent, not to the ontology of the case.
Oh wow, the agent, not the ontology of the case. So why do you believe in the laws of logic? Justification, please.
Oh, because I have to.
Oh, because you have to. Oh, so that's actually a reason to believe in things because you quote unquote have to, and that's not
Oh
circular.
yeah, I cannot not believe.
That's
in them.
not
No, it's not circular. No, it's not.
See how
No, it's
annoying?
not.
See how
Please tell
annoying
me.
this will
Please
get?
tell me why the. Please tell me what premise I've said that has it in the conclusion. Please tell me.
What's that?
Please tell me my premise that's in the conclusion.
Logic exists because I have to believe in it. Is your premise? Am I right?
Logic exists,
Is your argument?
and I believe in it. Is my argument.
Logic exists. Premise 1. Premise 2.
Logic exists because of its denial is impossible.
Okay, so I mean, so it's not really a syllogism. It's just a statement. Logic exists because its
That's my
denial
first premise.
is impossible.
You asked about
oh,
my
okay.
first
Premise. Logic exists because its denial is impossible. Sounds like an
denial
assertion.
is impossible.
But, okay, go.
Because
okay.
its denial implies its existence.
And its denial is impossible because its denial implies its existence. Okay.
Mm-hmm. And the demonstration of that is the logical absolutes do not exist. That is a logical claim.
Sorry, what was
It's
the
a
last
truth
thing?
claim. If I say the sentence, the logical absolutes don't exist, everything in the sentence, the idea, and the proposition require the logical absolutes.
Okay, so your argument is logic exists because we need it.
Logic exists because it's necessary, not because we need it. It's not dependent on
Oh,
us.
wait. So you do believe in a necessary, unjustified. Interesting. And because I'm saying unjustified because your justification is just we use it. We need it. It has to exist.
No, again, you're saying it because we need it.
These are
You're
all
saying it's
ways
because
to
we
say
need
it's
it.
a
It's
brute
not
fact.
because we need it. No, you're misquoting what I'm saying. I didn't say it was because we need it. I said it's because it's demonstrated by the fact that we exist.
The fact that we use it, or that we exist.
Yeah, like I can demonstrate a hammer's existence by showing you the hammer.
Okay.
If you want me to talk about the
is that a
universality
justification for the hammer's existence?
No, because the justification isn't necessary.
No, so you don't have a justification for the laws of logic. Therefore, it's a brute
In the same
fact.
way that you don't have
Why
God.
won't you just say that it's a brute fact?
Well, they are brute fact. What?
Okay, cool. There we go.
If you think that I don't believe in some sort of necessary existence, I do.
That's fair.
We even talked about this earlier on in like, I was gonna say my career. It's your career, but but we talked about this early on, how the idea of nothing is impossible because it's by definition non-existent. Therefore, something must exist. There's a necessary existence.
Yep.
And I think that those are the laws of logic.
Yeah, I know you believe in necessary existence. I'm just you for some reason wouldn't spit out that you think they're brute facts.
I mean, you only said it twice. I just didn't frame it in that.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Okay, so Deconstruction Zone probably did donation shoutouts over top of your reply. You know, actually, he was relatively respectful, and I'm pretty respectful, so I think that's why I wasn't the typical Phil bro, and I was listening more.
Yeah,
than
you're better than a lot of TikTok fucking.
I was listening more than I should have. This hat would make you think different, you fool. This is your first day here, so you don't know. This is new for me. This is my new fashion, my new look. But so he was actually pretty respectful. That's why I was giving him the benefit of the doubt, and I thought he was actually giving me the at least, even though I disagree with the entire historical critical method as an approach to interpreting the Bible, I at least thought he was giving me the historical critical method. I at least thought he was staying true to the scholarly sources.
I'm surprised you haven't stuck on this, because I'm giving you the opportunity you always ask for, which is I will justify the questions you ask for.
Yeah, I just know that you can't. I mean, you already failed to justify one of them, so.
What one did I fail to justify?
The laws of logic. You just said they're brute facts.
The laws of logic are necessary.
A brute fact, by definition, is unjustified.
So God is unjustified?
I didn't say God was a brute fact, but also I thought this was me interrogating you, not a Tukokwe situation.
Well, I'm saying that via your own worldview, your own contradiction doesn't make sense.
Okay, that's your opinion, man.
Well, no, because you believe in a necessary existence, which is what a brute fact means, right? I
guess.
Therefore, you can't say that it's a problem for my worldview under your worldview.
I think I can, but I have to think about it. Okay. I met so many Americans as well at the Christian retreat. One invited me to Utah next year, so if I do go, then I'd love to pop down and meet up at some point. Had an absolutely wicked time. Good night. Good night, Tony. Good night, little
Actually,
Peter.
bro, where do you live again?
I live in California, so popping down from Utah is going to be difficult. But
I am visiting Florida, like...
that's even more difficult. That's about 3,000 miles away.
So I'm visiting 3 places. I'm visiting Nebraska, Florida...
Oh, yeah.
And, what's it called?
Is this all in one trip?
Yeah.
Are you driving?
I'm visiting... No, my girlfriend's driving.
But you are driving. Like, you're going to be in a car the whole time.
Yeah,
this is so fun. This is like the most. I mean, and Europeans have plenty of stereotypes that are true about Americans, but this is the true one about Europeans that come here. It's like they spend the entire trip driving because I think they have no idea how huge America is. But Nebraska to Florida will take you like 3 days to get to, unless you are driving
I'm not going
like
there
16
straight. I'm going to what's the shooting capital of the world? The Wire took place in it.
Oh, Baltimore.
I'm going to Baltimore too.
Let's actually look up how long this trip is going to be.
Probably long.
It's going to be hilarious. This is what I was staying with a German family. Like, we are coming to America. That was a bad German accent, but they're like, we are flying into San Francisco, then we are driving down to Las Vegas, then we will go to Los Angeles, and then we will drive back up to San Francisco. And I was like, oh my God, how long are you going to be in America for? They were like, a week and a half. And I was like,
a week and a half?
You're going to spend literally the entire time driving. Okay, so Nebraska. Let's just say you're going to Aurora, Nebraska, even though you're most certainly not. Directions.
Yeah, I've heard the corn sweats there is awful, dude.
The corn, yeah, you get some good. You find a nice corn-fed American girl here. Okay, Nebraska to Baltimore is a hilarious voyage. To Baltimore, so that's 19 hours.
Mm-hmm.
And then down to like, let's say you're going. Are you going to Miami?
No, not Miami.
Okay, so we'll shave a few hours off. This entire thing, car time will be 35 hours. How long are you coming to America for?
Oh, I'll be staying a while.
That's good. A couple weeks or something. And that's if you went to Miami. So actually shave like a couple hours off that, maybe, if you're going to like Orlando.
Yeah. I'm going to somewhere in Florida. I'm not going to Miami. Although I would love to visit Miami. I'm a huge fan of
Miami
Dexter.
is pretty cool, man. Actually, it's a cool city.
Yeah. Have you ever watched Dexter?
Yeah. Dexter's a good show.
Yeah. Bro, they recently
a good
released
show.
a new one. The average they released one. It's a 10-episode series. The average episode rating is 9.2. It's a great show so far.
Yeah. Okay.
Like, not the old one. It's a new one, bro.
Okay, wait, let's go. Okay, wait, I probably read it wrong. Also, I think Jay gets really upset when he spots a logical fallacy. It makes his debates fun, yeah. Well, he's really good at that. And I barely even know what they are, so that's why I'm not that good at it. The laws of logic are demonstrable. Yeah, but not... Whatever. Anyway, we already did that. Tony, he should just argue with someone who's qualified, then let's discuss how they went. Otherwise, we just go round and round for circles on weeks on end. Yeah, it's true. It's better to watch someone that's better at this. Yeah, tag arguments are usually not X is impossible and Y must be the case for X to be the case.
I mean, that is definitely a prong of tag.
Yeah, for sure.
It's not the entirety
If it
of tag.
doesn't exist, then its denial is also impossible. I don't remember what that was in reference to. E-Fool says the justification is that it can be demonstrated. It is empirical. Well, it's certainly not empirical if we're talking about the laws of logic. And I also don't think the justification can possibly be that it is demonstrated, because it already has to exist to be demonstrated.
Oh, well, that's the thing. Again, it's demonstrated, therefore we can use it.
I agree you can use it. I know you can use it.
It's not the justification.
I've never said you can't
You're asking
use it.
for... Hold on. You're asking for a justification for a thing you can't demonstrate needs a justification. You're asking for something that you don't know and that I need for my worldview.
Okay, gotcha.
That's the whole problem I have with tag. You're asking for something that you don't know I need.
Let's and I'm not doing this to be cheap. I'm just gonna ask, what is an epistemological epistemic? Yeah, how about that? Epistemic and ontological justification.
I mean, epistemic justification too.
Because Newman says there's two different types of proof fact. An epistemic justification concerns whether a belief is rationally warranted for a subject, i.e. whether someone is justified in believing it. Gotcha.
Yeah. It's just another way to say justified truth.
Right. Epistemic
justification is whether or not you knowing it is justified. Ontological justification is what justifies the thing.
Okay, concerns whether a belief corresponds to the way reality actually is. It's about the grounds of being, the metaphysical reality that makes something true. I guess that's probably more what I was thinking of when I was saying justification, ontological justification.
Yeah, you're thinking of ontological justification, and I'm asking what's the demonstration that I need.
And I understand that you have an epistemic justification, i.e. it works or something. So,
well, the epistemic justification is that all
I'm rationally warranted for it. No, I get it. I mean, I accept your epistemic justification. I just don't think you have an ontological justification.
I don't think I need one because it hasn't demonstrated that I do.
Do
all the properties that you think that it needs to be justified, I just apply to them.
And E4, this is a really bad look. I understand that, but it's just a bad look for me to be like Google, like ChatGPTing all these terms and stuff. But I'm really not.
It's bad
I'm
for him
turning
to do.
my
It's
ways
bad for him
around.
to do research.
I'm turning my ways around. I'm accepting that I'm a ChatGPT brainless monkey.
No, dude. No, dude. It's definitely bad for you to do research. Bro,
yeah, exactly.
100%.
Okay. Oh, Newman said brute facts mean different things under epistemology and ontology. Numenon, why does it matter? eFool says, which part? I was mainly just confused on infiniteness using ontological justification, which I don't understand as I had heard it before, but we got that kind of cleared up. And the distinction on brute facts often comes up as it can mean both and leads to people speaking past each other, which I think was happening.
It used to happen a lot more.
Numenon, I don't think the distinction matters. Well, think about what you're requesting. The distinction
absolutely matters.
Yeah, I think.
Whether or not I'm able to use logic before we prove it's a necessary thing is absolutely. Yeah. Otherwise, you could just tell me.
Wait, I forgot. I have access to the prophet of Calvinism. ChatGPT. Remember that Calvinist guy that kept coming in here? He's like, ChatGPT said that I'm right. I told you, type this into chat. He would give me quotes, exact quotes to type into ChatGPT to prove him right. Okay, wait, here. It already gave us brute facts. Yeah, epistemic brute facts. Things we don't know the reason for, but maybe a reason exists. So that's what Infamous is talking about. Ontological brute facts, things that truly exist without any reason or ground. Classical theists reject ontological brute facts. Some naturalists accept them. But if classical theists reject brute facts ontologically, I'm also horrible at typing. Then what is God? Isn't he unjustified? Uncaused cause? Can transcendental categories be like God? I think I already know how to address this, but in the sense that their essence is to just exist. Well, that's good. I did just let ChatGPT debate for me for a sec there. I hope you guys are cool with that. I'm not sure. Are you asking about the infinitism versus foundationalism debate or something else? Every formal system terminates in axioms, brute fact. Otherwise, you have a regress, circular or not. So you mean like how belief systems need some axioms to work? Sorry, I'm just trying to clarify. Every formal system terminates in axioms. Well, Numenon's a coherentist, so I don't even think he believes in axioms, so to speak. Or like, in other words, everything is as axiomatic as everything else, because it's all about how they cohere together.
I've returned.
Nothing individually is foundational to Numenon.
Nothing is individually foundational in Numenon. Like, isn't the statement
coherentist.
Thoughts? Isn't the statement thoughts are happening more foundational than anything you've ever thought of?
Well, I think he would say thoughts are only happening is only relevant insofar as it coheres with all the rest of the paradigm.
Except that it's foundational to the entire paradigm.
Well,
at least
he just doesn't see anything as foundation. I don't think. I mean, he would have to clarify this, but my understanding of coherentism is that nothing is foundational. Everything is equally sort of weighted. It all has to cohere. It's like a spider web. Like, what's the foundational point of a spider web? Maybe you could say the middle. Maybe you could say, I don't know, one of the branches that it starts on. But really, it's not a web unless you have every single part.
Yeah, I've never really bought into coherentism other than just like an extra layer of justification rather than a justification
Yeah,
in and of itself.
Which it's attractive. I like Newman. I get it. Okay, so the request is for a justification, which means offering a derivation from something more primitive. Typically, we model this using a finite number of derivations, so it comes from axioms. Then your belief system.
Yeah, we trying to think of something that simply that underlines all of the properties of each of those things, and I just don't think there's anything baser than that doesn't include them.
Okay, so I ran your argument through ChatGPT, which whatever.
Oh, wow.
So basically, I got to the point. I think you'll probably agree that this is a good point to start from. Can transcendental categories? Oh, well, it actually understood what I was saying. I meant to say, can transcendental categories exist like God in the sense that their essence is to just exist? Because it gave me like the classical theism, Orthodox fathers, Aristotle.
Yeah, he's saying what I said, which is
God is
properties that you say
his essence is to exist, ipsum esse subsistens, in Aquinas. But whatever, I don't really care about Aquinas too much. But I am that I am. God's essence is to exist. He's a necessary being. That's how we see it, right? And so I asked, can transcendental categories also have the essence of just existing? And so this is what ChatGPT spat out at me. Obviously, in our view, no, but that's just our view. A Platonist could say yes. Platonist could say transcendentals like justice or numbers exist necessarily in an abstract realm. Their essence is to be what they are, unchanging, timeless, and necessary. But they're not personal or active causes. So do you see how a Platonist could see this, even though you're not one? Well, maybe you are, actually.
I don't know if I'm
believe
not a
in these
Platonist.
abstract... Yeah, you might be a Platonist, like a Neoplatonist.
I'm probably a Neoplatonist.
Yeah.
I don't know if I'm that by the strictest definition of Neoplatonism,
Right.
but I definitely believe what is just posited.
Eful says logical systems require axioms. That's an assertion. But belief systems
Logical
do not.
systems are-
I mean, well, maybe.
Yeah, that's true. That's
Maybe
true.
logical systems
well,
do.
actually, no, that's not true. Because you would need to have some sort of axiom to underlie any coherent belief, and there are no non-coherent beliefs.
There's no non-coherent beliefs. I believe I'm a...
Well, no, because
What?
well, no, because coherentism and like believing necessitate each other, right? Because, like, for instance, anything that I believe coheres to the subject of the belief. Like, it's the subject and what I'm believing. Those two things cohere.
I don't think that's what a coherentist would say. I think that coherentist would say there are many, many, many belief systems that do not cohere at all, which is the point of it. Because you're comparing paradigms or belief systems to find out which ones cohere the best, as in better than others, which do not.
Right, I'm not saying that they're the best coherent, but they cohere.
But like if I had a belief that, for instance, that I am a bird because I took like a bunch of mushrooms and I jump off the building, like I will die. So that's not a coherent belief. I'm not a bird. I can't fly.
Right, but they're coherent insofar as the relation between each other. That's what I'm saying.
But I don't even have feathers or anything. Like I might.
No,
believe
I'm not saying that it is true. I'm saying they
Yeah.
cohere in it so far as they relate.
Gotcha. Newman says no. It just means that they're not like those systems like math. Yeah, Iful, I do think you're being a little rigid here. That like that a belief system is the exact same as like a mathematical proof or an empirical proof. Let me just ask, Iful, are you an empiricist? The definition of an axiom is that it has no proof. Well, so then you certainly aren't an empiricist.
The
Because
definition of an axiom is that it has no proof.
I'm not sure it's the
I don't know
definition. It's
proof,
probably
but
a quality
well,
of it. It's
so-
the quality of an axiom, maybe.
I don't think that that's true at all, actually, because demonstrations are proof. Axioms can be demonstrated.
Sure, but a demonstration, is that a? I guess that's a kind of proof.
Yeah, it's
kind
a
of
proof.
an.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
like an evidence, maybe. I don't know if it's a proof, but
Well, I mean, it's a proof by necessity at these baser levels.
Okay, so this is how Tag pushes the Platonic idea saying abstracta can't ground reality because they are inert. They don't cause anything. Only a necessary mind can account for why transcendentals show up, so to speak, in the actual world.
Yeah, I mean, saying that they don't cause anything is saying that they're like a normative force, and we've already been over why I don't think they need to be normative forces. They don't need to do anything. They just need to be in the nature of other things.
Well, they need to be substantiated in the events, right?
No, they just need to be in the nature of the things in the events.
Well,
Like, no
that's what I
illogical
mean.
things
That would be
exist.
to do. That would be to enter into concrete reality or something, rather than the abstract Platonic realm. Like they would have
No,
to.
they're necessary. They already exist.
So you believe that, like, well, so how do you view that as manifesting?
What do you mean by like?
Well,
Again,
like,
it's not a
how are
normative
they
force.
both abstract and concrete at the same time?
I don't know what you mean by.
How do they? You think they're like? I think you said they're descriptive rather than prescriptive, or is that a different argument we were having?
I think that, but I don't think that relates to this.
Okay, so if they exist in this, oh, dude, he's calling me right now. This guy, this crazy guy. Should I answer this? Okay.
What the fuck? Block him, bro.
Hey, what's up, man? Nothing. I'm streaming right now. I am. Oh, it's on YouTube. It's called Ramblings of a Mad Guy. Yeah. Hell yeah, dude. Appreciate it. Sweet. What is it? Who are you getting paid by, and where do you work? You can understand why I'd be hesitant, right? Because it's not like you're getting kicked out of your apartment, and it's not like you've ever paid me back or paid anyone back that I've ever talked to that have loaned money to you. Yeah, okay. Why would they lie? That's true. That's true. I haven't talked to everybody. Just 3 or 4. But okay. So you want $100 to go on a date? But how would I, like, you realize your credit score with me is like 0 right now.
If she's the one, bro, she doesn't need the
Oh,
$100.
Yeah, man, I don't know. I mean, I'll chip in. I'll send you like $20 if you pay me back. But you're gonna have to find someone else to do the whole 100. I just don't trust you. Like, how could I trust you? I've lent you money. I know other people that have lent you money. You haven't shown any intention of paying me back until you now need. Basically, you're holding my $40 that I loaned you earlier hostage in the text you sent me. You were like, if you lend me the 100, then I'll pay you 140 back, as if that's like a favor to me. But well, why do you think it is that people don't want to lend you money? So what happens on Sunday? Who, like, eBay sends you your? So you're like reselling stuff on eBay essentially, right?
Then make the date.
So what are you currently reselling that you might sell between now and whenever you say that you can pay me back? This is not like super comfort. This is not super reassuring. Do you understand that? But how could you if you don't have the money? If you don't have $100 tonight for a concert for a girl or whatever, then how on Sunday would I expect you to have either 100 or $140, like you said in the text? So what are you, all right? So what are you planning to sell between now and Sunday? Okay. No, it's okay. I mean, it's not like I don't believe you. It's not really the problem. Right now, it's like I have a method because obviously people know that I'm nice, right, and that I have some money and that I like to help them. And usually what they do is they're appreciative of that. And they don't ask me all the time, especially when they haven't paid me back for the original thing, right? So yeah. And I said no because because I have, like, I'm like a bank. You can consider me like a bank or something. Like you have each individual person, if they've asked me for money, has a credit score with me, right? And you do, and it's as low as it could possibly be. Okay. I'll give you an opportunity to build trust. I can't do 100. I'll send you $50, and I would expect it back. I actually would
Don't
expect
send
it
him
back.
$50,
Yes, I can do Apple Cash.
bro.
Okay. Sunday. I want it, and dude, if it's like, oh, it's more realistic for it to be Wednesday, just set that date because whatever date you set right now, that's when I expect it back by. Do you actually think you can get $50 back to me by Sunday? Okay, okay. This is what I'll do. To because I want you to go on a nice date. It's not like I don't want you to have a nice date and like have a nice night and stuff like that and have some money. Good, man. I want you to see your favorite band. So
Chat, run a poll real
Okay,
quick. Do we want to
so-
give him $50?
what I'll do is I will send you $60 right now,
It's going
and I
up.
want $60 back on Sunday. Okay? All right. Well, if it's earlier than Sunday, then your credit score goes up, right? Not that it's still good. You'd still be at like a 350 instead of a 0, but 0 is pretty bad. That's pretty bad, and I'm doing this anyway, and I don't know why, but I just kind of feel like I do want you to have a nice night and go see the bands you like, and especially if there's a date, that's a nice thing. So I will send you $60 right now, and I want it back. Yeah. Give me your. Hold on.
Guys, what's the verdict? Did he just get played?
Texted me on
He got
Instagram.
played. This is that Christian guilt, bro.
I forgot I muted while he was giving me his phone number. Am I just way too nice or what? Like what?
Dude, there's no, bro. You just got fucking scammed.
Yeah, I think I did. I'm gonna give him a
Dude,
chance.
you said,
though.
you know what? I'm not gonna give you anything. Okay, I'll give you $20. Okay, I'll give you $30. Okay, I'll give you $50.
Yeah.
You know what? I'll give you $60.
No,
You're
that's
a
not what
fucking-
happened. That's not what happened. I
You're
said,
American, bro. You're American.
I believe in second chances. I've only ever given him
Bro,
one
you
chance.
gave him a second chance. You gave him a third chance. You gave him a fifth chance. Like,
Um,
you went from $20 to $60.
No. This is what happened. That's not how the phone call went.
I listened.
I know. When did I go from 20 to 60? What I went from was 50
You said,
to
you know what?
60.
I'll give you 20.
No, I didn't say. Oh, did I actually say that? I might have.
You said, you know what? I'll give you 20, and
You're
then
right,
you went
I
to
did.
50,
I
and then
did.
you went to 60. Like,
Yeah, I did go from 20 to 50 to 60.
all
But
about
But that's because I
after
believe
bragging
it.
that you have a bit of money.
and by a bit, I don't even mean that much. I just mean slightly more than him.
No, I know, bro, but like, listen, as someone who's been at the depths of poverty, bro, you're a mark. Like,
I know. Well, it'll absolutely never happen again, and I'll have genuine reason.
it should have never happened the first time.
Well, it should have happened the first time. The first time it makes sense.
No, I meant like the first, second chance.
Yeah, it shouldn't have happened. Like, this should not be happening right now, is what you're saying. This second
Yeah.
chance. I want to give him a real second chance, man. I said I want if he can turn his life around.
with $60.
Well, that's not gonna help him turn his life around. But if he actually pays me back this $60, I'll be very proud of him. And I think it'll teach him to actually pay people back. But maybe not.
Jesus said, "Give your money to the poor, not the greedy, bro."
That's true. He's so greedy. And he has a job just reselling shit in his apartment.
Like,
Boy.
I don't know if you heard me when you were talking, but I said, he's like, "You need it for a date," and I said, "If she's the one, she doesn't need the $100."
Well, exactly, right? Exactly. And that also kind of tugged my heartstrings. So I know this. He doesn't get dates. There's no way he. If he gets a date, it's like some kind of miracle from God. But I've also never heard him this desperate before. Usually just ask and be on his way. But I don't know, man. I'm gonna send him $50 because I said I would. Because I said I would, and because I believe in him. Ryan, the cable viewer, if you are watching, which I don't think you even are.
Ryan, if you're watching, bro,
Ryan,
you're a fucking scammer.
If you're watching, you're a scumbag in a lot of ways. Like, truly. Like, you borrow money all over town and you never pay anyone back. And I am giving you one final chance. Literally, one final chance. I don't know if anyone else will. Maybe you'll get more chances from other people down the road. I gave you one chance before. Your credit score went to 0. Your credit score went to 0. And now, for some reason, just because I fancy myself to be slightly more human than an actual bank, I'm making the same mistake again. Prove me wrong, Ryan. Please. Prove me wrong for your sake, not for mine. You think I'm going to miss the $50? I'm not going to go hungry because I don't have $50, okay? So, it's not for my sake. For your sake, do something right. Right? Pay people back. Don't be greedy. I can't believe it's for a date. I can't believe I'm actually doing this.
I can't either, bro. IQ, you're kind of a sucker. Like,
yeah. But is it that straightforward? Am I a sucker? Let me get more input from the chat here. They're still arguing about the laws of logic. We're beyond that. We're into real life now.
We're beyond that. We're into the laws of banking.
The laws of when you're just a dope.
The laws of fiscal irresponsibility.
Is it irresponsible? I mean, it's like I do see him as like an underprivileged person. He's extremely autistic. There's that thing.
Bro, he is lying to you.
You think I think he's lying that he can make. He wanted $100. There's no fucking
He thinks he can make
way
$100, bro.
on eBay by Sunday.
No way. No way. Not even Amazon, bro. No way.
I'm calling him back.
On that note, I have to leave.
All right, peace, man. Peace.
Good luck. Don't go above 50.
I won't. I'm definitely not going above that.
All right. Good luck, dude.
And now he's not answering my call. Yeah, that makes me really want to send you money. Now he got $50. Well, he didn't get it yet. That makes me really comfortable with loaning him money. Once he gets what he wants, he doesn't answer my call. Let's call his actual phone. He's not answering my call. What is this? What's going on?
Your call has been forwarded to an automatic voice message system. 772342440.
Hey, big dog.
What up, big dog?
I don't, man. I was typing in $50 into my text,
Yeah.
and I couldn't believe that I'm doing this. Like, why?
I
What?
promise you, I will pay you back on Sunday.
Based on what? Based on what?
He was
Yeah.
giving me 50% loans. I was paying him back all the loans because he was giving me big loans. I was giving him $50 per $100, and I paid it back.
Okay, I mean, I don't know how I'm supposed to believe that, but this is what I'm saying. This is the main thing. The amount that I trust you is definitely not $100, and it's clearly not even 50 because I felt sick in my stomach typing in 50. I think I trust you $25 to pay me back.
Well, that's
I'm sorry.
gonna buy me a pack of cigarettes. That's what I need. I need. You said 60. Is that okay?
I don't think so, man. I don't know. Like what?
I promise you, I will pay back. I need to build trust with somebody.
Just the way you build trust little by little. Just the way you're treating this whole thing. Oh, 25 won't even buy me a pack of cigarettes. You're lucky to be getting anything at all, considering you have no goodwill. Like,
I know, but I really need to go to this concert.
yeah, have you already bought the tickets for the concert?
No, not yet.
How much are the tickets for the concert?
It's gonna be like I get paid like 80 tonight, and they're gonna be like 130
For both of them.
for both tickets. For both of them, yeah.
So that's $70 a ticket.
Yeah.
And why why is this so important? This okay, so
It's two of my favorite bands.
who are the bands?
Modest Mouse and the Flaming Lips.
Okay.
They're so fucking good.
Yeah. I mean, it's great. I love Modest Mouse. I'm sure Flaming Lips are good.
Yeah.
There's just something in me that tells me you're not going to pay me back. Like, this money.
It's so important to me.
Have you ever seen?
I can show you. I promise you that I will pay you back. And if you could do 100, I could just give you 140 on Sunday.
Well, that doesn't make any sense at all. That makes no sense at all. Because if I barely believe that you can pay me back $50, then how could I believe that you're going to pay me back $140 on the same day?
Because I make money, dude. Sometimes I've made $600 in a day before.
So why can't you make the money to pay for the concert? That's what I don't understand.
Because I don't get paid for at least 24 hours from today.
Do you have like an eBay like slip or something, like a receipt that's like, this is how much money eBay's paying you out on X date?
Yeah, I'll show you.
Yeah, if you show me that, that'll help me out a lot. Because it's making me sick to like send that money over, knowing, because I know when after I've loaned someone money and they don't pay me back, what I know is any further money I give them is gone.
Yeah.
That's what I know. That's all I know. That's the only information I have.
Yeah, here's the slips. Let me send you this right now.
Yep. Send me the slip.
Daily, by the way. Yeah, let me send you this.
Yeah, so I don't understand. Okay, so August 11th you made $111, August 12th, and that goes directly into your bank account?
That all goes directly into my bank account. I have no other expenses besides like food and cigarettes.
And so when is the concert's tonight?
It's tomorrow night, yeah.
Tomorrow night.
I have to get tickets tonight.
Okay, you do make a little bit of money.
Yeah, that's $700. I have no other expenses. That was last.
So I don't don't understand why you couldn't save the money to pay for the ticket yourself.
Because I just planned this the other day, and it's been a slow week.
And what? Who is this lady? You met her on Tinder or something? Do you know her?
I'm not telling you who it is, but it's a good friend of mine.
Okay, it's a friend of yours you actually know, is what I'm wondering.
Yeah.
This is so sketchy, man. This is so sketchy. Let me check what I got right now. Because you realize how stupid it makes me look. You realize how stupid it makes me look, right? When you don't pay me back, which is my assumption, by the way. Because like,
It
oh.
make you look so fucking dumb, and that's why I want to prove to you that I can do it.
Well, are you willing to prove that? Like, are you actually interested in proving that you are responsible and reliable?
I don't have a bad reputation anymore. It's
Yeah.
like the most important $100 ever.
I believe you, because it's usually you would just ask, and then I'd say no, and then you'd go about your happy way.
Of course, yeah, because it's usually just for like food or some dumb shit. This is for actual.
Okay, man.
And sex and stuff. Or not sex. I'm gonna wait till I get married.
Yeah, right. Yeah. That makes me feel great when you lie to me. Great. Yeah, great. I know. I'm just fucking around. Yeah, because your reputation is just in the gutter right now. It can barely get lower when it comes to this specific type of thing. I think you're a funny comedian. I like hanging out with you. But
I'm actually a good guy.
yeah, I guess I mean, the only way I'll find out is if I give you a chance.
I'm going to prove to you on Sunday when 140 hits your bank account. And you're like, whoa, Ryan was right.
Well, 90. Because I'm not giving you a penny more than $50. Because that already feels sickening. So...
can't do 100?
No, definitely not. Definitely not.
Even if I give you 150?
Yeah, even if you give me 100. Because I don't believe I'm getting whatever I'm giving you back anyway.
Dude, what would I have to do to make you trust me on this?
Probably go back in time like a couple weeks and pay me the $40 you'd owed me. That you knew you owed me. Like, literally.
I actually forgot about the 40 for a while.
Sure, I understand.
Yeah.
I understand. I mean, I don't know what you mean. What could I get? Like, this is already sickening. This is already like...
I just showed you pay stubs for last week that I made $700.
Yeah.
That's way more than $140.
Yeah, I know, but I don't know what you do with that money because you clearly couldn't even hang on to it to buy these concert tickets, and it's $700, and your only expenses are food and cigarettes.
Yeah, I only made like 300 this week. It was a very slow week.
Right.
Yeah, that was last week that I showed.
Yeah, that's August 3rd. Wait, yeah, that's like 2 weeks ago.
I gotta pay my mom for half my rent. I just paid her.
I literally am getting scammed. What the hell? That was 2 weeks ago. Ryan, this is not looking good for you, my friend. I'm not trying to be a dick. I will.
Because I don't know if I could definitely do it without the full 100. And
so you're saying you'd rather have nothing than not the full 100?
That's not true at all. But I'm saying then I wouldn't have to ask anybody else today, and that would be easier for me than to just pay you back 140.
Yeah, I don't think any of this should be easy at all. To be fair, I mean, you're trying to go to a concert. You're trying to pay for a date that you can't afford. So why would that be easy?
None of this is easy, dude. But I can make money. I have a job. I just showed you $700 in pay stubs for a week.
Yeah, from 2 weeks ago.
Let me see what this week looks like. This week has been bad. That's the only reason.
No, I get that. What's your eBay page? What do you have like can I search your eBay page? Yeah. You're like super muffled right now. I can't really hear you.
The reason my payouts are like so low this week is because I had to do a lot of returns this week.
Right, and why is that?
Just because customers like to return shit. Nothing.
No, I get that.
Yeah, like mostly it's like it doesn't fit or some dumb shit like that.
No, I get that. I get that.
Yeah.
So what do I look up? How do I find your page on eBay? What should I look up to find your like shop on eBay?
Incredible Collectibles 1. Let me see if I can share this.
Incredible.
Let me just share my profile with you.
Yeah, yeah. Okay.
Saved search on copy.
Yeah.
I have to save your phone number to send this to you. Incredible Collectibles 1.
So,
Collectibles, like with an A.
with an A, right?
Yeah.
Did you send it to me or no? Like, oh, authorized seller maybe? I don't know. How do I
Okay, let me send it to you. I gotta save your phone number to send it to you, so let me call you back.
Okay. I mean, come on, guys. What am I doing here? Yeah, I like how Streets was getting scammed while we were debating. Literally. The thing is, it's not straightforward like a scam. Like, it's not some like random Indian guy calling me. You know, it's a dude I know. And it's a dude I know has no money. But I also know he has no money because he's lazy as fuck. And it's a dude I've lent a small amount of money before and never paid me back. And this is what I abide by. Let me tell you what I abide by when it comes to this. So I'll be going against my own moral ethic. I'll be going against my own ethic here if I lend him this money, which I want to do. I really want to give him another chance. I do. I want to. He's a poor guy, man. He needs to go on a date. But not if he can't afford it. He also needs to take care of himself. Like, imagine if he just had any job plus his eBay thing. It would totally work. Jeez, man. This is what I live by. Bronx Tale, lending money. This is what I try to live by, but I might just go against it today.
See you later.
Louis! My grandmother's sick. I gotta get out of here. I'll talk to you later. I can't. I gotta go do something. Where's my fucking money? I'm fucking dead when I catch you, you piece of shit.
This is what I live by.
What's the matter with this kid?
Get over here.
Fucking crazy, this kid.
The kid wants his fucking money. So what are you gonna do?
I gotta talk to you.
You gotta stop babying him. He owes me money. Hit him with a fucking bat.
I come all over the fucking block. What are you kidding me?
Is that the advice you give the kid? Is that the advice you fucking hoodlums? Stop, baby. Come on.
This is what, listen to this.
Don't listen to these hoodlums. I'm gonna go to Gino's. I'll be right back.
All right.
What's the matter? This guy Louis Dumps over here, you know, he owes me $20. It's been 2 weeks now, and every time he sees me, he keeps dodging me.
That's Ryan the Cable. It's fucking Ryan the Cable Viewer, man. He owes me $40 now. Every 2 weeks he sees me. He keeps dodging me.
I'm a real pain in the ass. I mean, should I crack him one or what?
What's the matter with you? What have I been telling you? Sometimes hurting somebody ain't the answer. First of all, is he a good friend of yours?
Nah, I don't even like him.
You don't even like him. Well, there's your answer right there. Look at it this way. It costs you $20 to get rid of him. Right? He's never going to bother you again. He's never going to ask you for money again. He's out of your life for $20. You got off cheap. Forget it.
You're always right. You're always right.
That's the problem. He does keep asking me. He does keep asking me for money. What the... He's never been this aggressive. I think he really wants to go on this date. And I have a heart, man. I have a heart. Look at the hat I'm wearing. Is this something Jesus would do? I'm not sure. I really don't know. I believe in second chances. He's only had one chance. This is tough. What would you guys do? I'm going to be honest, the $50 won't change my life if it's gone. And it will be the absolute final time I will ever have to deal with this guy, Ryan, if he doesn't pay it back. And if he pays me back what he owes me in full, then that's great. Then I get some money that I never expected to get back. You think, of course, Jesus would do it, you fool? But you're not a Christian, so why would I? What do you know about what Jesus would do? What do you mean, of course? Like, because it's charity? But what if it's not charity? What if I'm just like, what if I'm just like, what is it called? Like, placating a greedy person. I shouldn't be worried. You're right, though. You're right, you fool. I shouldn't be worried about myself looking like a fool. That's not really what's at stake. And that's what was stopping me before. Okay. This is the final call.
Hey.
All right, man. I'm going to do it. I'm going to send you $50, not $100, because that's crazy. No, because $50, because it'd be batshit insane for me to send you $100. And it's just...
It would be that crazy. You don't trust me at all?
No, I don't trust you at all. But this is what can happen here.
Yeah.
You can earn trust here,
Of course.
which is worth infinitely more than $100 or $50. You can earn actual, genuine trust, right? Not that I'm going to become your private bank and every time you want $20, I'm going to give you $20. No.
No.
But you can...
I'm working on not needing to ask people for money.
That's
my
good.
goal.
That's good. And I'm not trying to put you through the... I'm really not trying to put you through the ringer to be a dick or anything like that, but I really have no expectation. You know, I have no... Again, your credit score is 0 in my book. It's effectively 0. So all I can do, the maximum I can do is $50. I just want to implore you to pay it back. Because otherwise it's not going to be a money thing. It's going to be like, you made me look like an idiot if you don't.
You're not going to look like an idiot. You're going to look so fucking cool.
Okay. All right, man. Well, I trust you. I do trust you. Okay?
Yeah. I'm not a fucking asshole or like a grifter or anything. I showed you my bank statements and my legitimate business.
Yeah. No, I know. You're doing something. I know it's possible for you to pay me back.
Of course.
Which is kind of more egregious that you didn't before, but whatever. It doesn't matter. So, okay. Yeah. I trust you, Ryan. Don't make me look like an idiot, please.
Okay.
For my sake.
Between us, because I don't want people to think I'm asking everybody for money.
Can I what?
Can you? I'll pay you back Sunday, but can you keep this between us that you loan me the money?
I will keep this between us until Sunday.
Until Sunday, if I don't pay you back.
Yeah, exactly. And it's not like on Monday I'm gonna make an Instagram post or something like that. But on Tuesday,
it's okay.
I'm
telling you, it'll be a lot easier for both of us if I just pay you back on Sunday.
Yeah, no, that'll be by far the easiest. But I'm just telling you, if you don't pay me back, then I'll do what everyone does when you don't pay them back, and I'll bring it up when we're hanging out on Tuesday, when it comes up naturally, which it does a lot.
Okay.
Do you understand?
I think that's mostly a Jared thing.
No, I think it was SIE lent you some money too, and there was multiple people. There's like 4 people that I've been in a group with. They've been like, hey, yeah, me too. Hey, me too. Hey, me too. Okay? You understand?
Yes, I understand. That's why it's important to me to build trust.
Okay, good. And I believe in second chances. I want you to build trust, and I don't want to, and I want you to have a good time, first and foremost. I want you to actually see the band you like and bring a nice girl that you like and all the rest. Yeah. So, okay, man, I'm sending it to you. Please don't let me down. That would really suck. Okay.
I appreciate it.
All right, peace, man. Enjoy the concert. Try to enjoy the concert.
Thank you.
All right. Peace, bro. And it's done. And that's the last I'm going to say about it. and I'm not going to gripe about it anymore. And I have some Apple Cash, which is not real money anyway, so. I'm kidding. I'm not that fucking rich and douchey. That's a good point, Rational Logic. Keeping secrets live. He knows what I mean. He knows what I mean. I told him I was streaming too, so I don't know what he thought was going on. And you don't know his name. Okay. It's done. Absolutely insane. Keeping secrets alive is pretty funny. That is sort of what happened. But it's not even a secret. What did you think about my bargaining thing? I said I won't tell anyone until Sunday, which is his deadline. He has to pay me back by Sunday. Wait. Oh yeah, you guys have to should we look at his eBay page? You trading Forex or something, doing gifts? It's not really a gift, it's a loan. It's a high variability loan. I could get $90 out of this. The 50 I sent him today, and the 40 I never expected to get back like a year ago. I think over a year ago. So I'm still even. It's a loan where I just come completely even, which is dumb. I know it's not high finance, like smart, but this is not really about money. This is about giving a man who is notoriously bad at paying people back, and basically going to the bottom of the barrel and giving him a chance, right? And I'll keep you guys updated. Yeah, it's a gift. It's a very low chance that I get it back. I will acknowledge that. But this is what I'll say. Remember when this movie came out? 1993. $20 back then is essentially like $80 now. So this advice still applies. And then I'll never, ever have to deal with him again. Right?
Don't listen to these hoodlums. I'm gonna go to Gino's. I'll be right back.
All right.
What's the matter?
This guy Louis Dumps over here, you know, he owes me $20. It's been 2 weeks now, and every time he sees me, he keeps dodging me.
Yeah.
And he's becoming a real pain in the ass. I mean, should I crack him one or what?
What's the matter with you?
What's the matter with you?
Me? Sometimes hurting somebody ain't the answer. First of all, is he a good friend of yours?
Nah, I don't even like him.
You don't even like him. Well, there's your answer right there. Look at it this way. It costs you $20 to get rid of him. Right? He's never going to bother you again. He's never going to ask you for money again. He's out of your life for $20. You got off cheap.
Out of my life.
You're always right. You're always right.
You're always right, Chaz Palminteri. You always are. That's a great movie. That's a freaking great movie. This is his eBay page. What is the business? I mean, they're all wrinkled. Every shirt. He doesn't have an iron. Dude, I'll lend you $40 to buy an iron for your eBay page. Crazy, dude. Who is buying this? Seriously. This looks like someone got murdered in them. I should have given the money by buying shit. That's what I should have done. I should have bought a couple of these ridiculously overpriced. I should have bought this PlayStation 3 game, Enslaved. Odyssey to the West. Oh my god, man. Whatever. Out of mind. Out of mind. This is not about the money. This is about giving somebody a chance who barely deserves one. Who really doesn't deserve one. It's not the worst shirt in the world. Kind of sick. He wants $40 for it. Like it was made by Kanye West or something. That's just... He needs to lower his prices on these, honestly. Like, what does he do? He goes to Goodwill or something and finds all these? I mean, it's not a bad business. He did make like $700 2 weeks ago. Oh, goodness. What is this? Who's buying this? What is this? Oh my God. I'm not getting my money back. I am not getting my money back. Oh. This is the only thing that might sell. And that's just... Johnny was embroidered top, excellent eBay seller, super fast shipping, item as described, great value. I mean, at least he has good reviews. That's what I'll tell him. People do buy this shit, I guess. Someone bought this. A Blu-ray of One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest for $18. Are they... Who... Well, okay. I guess people really like Blu-rays. Yeah, I don't think I'm getting anything back, Numenon. But you know what? We're going to live by Chaz Palminteri's advice in A Bronx Tale. These are the two scenarios, and they're both good scenarios. Good scenario number one, I get paid back, and Ryan gets a boost, an unprecedented boost in like, I don't know, credibility. I'll still never lend him money again because this is just stressful, honestly. But he'll get a boost in credibility, and I won't have to talk to the other comics who he owes money. And make his credibility even worse to them, right? So that's good. That's good for both of us. If he pays us back, that's good for him, and it's good for me. If he doesn't pay me back, then I direct you to A Bronx Tale. Well, you paid $20. You even like this guy? No, I don't even like him. Not everything's about violence, Johnny. You don't even like this guy? You don't want him in your life? You got him out of your life. He'll never ask you for money again. He'll never bother you again. Right? Now, I know that's kind of flawed. You shouldn't pay people $50 not to talk to you again. But it's mostly about giving him a chance here. Let's hope the guy won't ever find this train. He would never support me. I actually hope he does find it, honestly. I hope he does find it. I cannot believe I did this. Whatever. I'll let you guys know. I mean, this is a fun little saga. This is sort of like an investment. A saga for our stream. I'll let you know. I'll let you know. I wouldn't get your hopes up. It's just crazy. The fact that he was like so flippantly asking for 50. When I told him I'd give him 25, he's like, "That's not going to buy me a pack of cigarettes." Whatever, man. Whatever. We're beyond this. Anything I receive from him by Sunday will be net positive. I don't know why I'm doing this. Something inside me told me to. Let's cleanse our palate. Let's cleanse our palate here. Do something a little more positive. Or just watch other clips from A Bronx Tale. That's another possibility. Putin says he's ready to meet Zelensky in Moscow. That'd be nice. If they wrap that up. I'll actually give myself credit for that. You know, I hope Ryan does see the stream. I hope he's in here right now so he knows how fucking nervous I am that he's going to make me look like a total idiot. Well, I shouldn't be, right? That's not what it's about. It's not about me not looking like an idiot. It's about giving a guy who really probably doesn't deserve a second chance a second chance. And being done with him if it doesn't pan out. This could be funny. This could be cool. 60 Minutes, Mount Athos. Oh boy. I don't think I can handle this. A disturbing new look at Jeffrey Epstein's New York City mansion. Oh no. How a TikTok famous chef feeds a sorority. That sounds like an Epstein thing. I feel like I've seen this guy. That's cool. Ben Shapiro versus Michael Knowles. Oh, this is interesting. This is relevant.
In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. My dear ones, today, the next in our brief series of succinct responses to some points of confusion, issues that you've written to me about, and I hope the producers here might put my address on the screen so that you can send me your own letters if you ever have questions or issues that we might discuss either through personal correspondence or in these kinds of contexts. These being issues where you have received differing answers from differing sources. And I want to speak today on one.
The Christian YouTube channel Deep Bible Stories. No, but unless it's the one with the cool animations, because I might. I'll look that up though. Oh, cool. Oh, it's like they're live? That's interesting. Deep Bible Stories. Cool. Well, I'm going to finish this.
That comes up in very many different contexts, in very many different ways. Far too many for me to include in anything striving to be succinct, but which all boil down to the question of sacraments and sacramental grace outside the church. One of you wrote to me and put this very concisely. I have read online that the Orthodox Church acknowledges sacraments outside of the church as long as they meet certain criteria. Is this correct? Well, the concise answer is no, it's not correct. And let me explain why, without trying to get into any of the specific contexts in which this is raised, of which there are many. But let's just talk about the core issue of sacraments and sacramentality. To us, in our inherited understanding, the understanding passed down in the Church's apostolic heritage, a sacrament is, first and foremost, an act of the Church. It is something enacted by Christ's body, that which he governs, into which he sends his Spirit, and which does the will of his Father. Sacraments are not intellectual activities, things that simply follow an intention or an understanding with a specific set of actions or movements or words. Sacraments are the charismatic bestowal of the Lord's grace by the Lord through the Lord's body. This is why we call them in Orthodoxy mysteries. There's nothing wrong with the word sacraments. Sacrament means something that is holy, and certainly the sacraments are that, and they make us holy. But the preferred word in many of the ancient languages is mystery, that which goes beyond, has a depth. Mystery, as I've explained in other contexts before, in its Greek root mi or mu, means depth. A mystery, a sacramental mystery, is something which has its form, its shape, its character, that which we might experience physically and mentally, but which goes well beyond any limits of those experiences. In the mysteries of the Church, in her sacraments, we directly encounter, experience, and are transformed directly by God Himself.
Does mystery mean something you don't know, thus a brute fact? No, it sounds like the root of mystery is this word mu, which means something deep. Well, I mean, there's an unknown element to it, but I don't think it's the same as a ontological brute fact. I think the mysteries even have like justification, right? Maybe, if I can even speak of the mysteries. So no, I mean, I think that would be kind of like trying to force. That'd kind of be like a category error, right? Because when we're talking about mysteries, we're not talking about the ontology of them per se. We kind of know the ontology. It's from God, right? So, yeah, that's how I'd respond to that. Also, Temptation Explained Like Never Before. That's cool. That's a video we can check out after this, maybe.
Through His grace enacted by Him in His body, the Holy Apostolic Church. So a sacrament is something that by definition only the Church can effect. And as the Orthodox, we always maintain belief in one Holy Catholic and Apostolic Church. The very question, does the Orthodox Church regard as valid the sacraments of another church? The answer is obviously no. There can be only one church, and the sacraments are her actions. But human sinfulness has caused division, has caused people to break away from the one church into other customs and traditions, that some of which are very old, some of which are very new, some of which have their own long set customs and practices, some of which are changing almost on a continual basis. But in some of those traditions, there are reflections of the sacraments of the Church in their practices. Other churches have their own traditions of communion, for example, or of baptism, or of other things that have in their history an origin in the Church's rites, but which by definition cannot be the Church's rites if they are not exercised in and by the Church. So this is a fundamental point of understanding that we all have to.
I like that you answer honestly, meaning you give an answer and say it in an open way, not an absolute way. Yeah, well, I try. I don't know anything to be absolutely true. I just know a few things. I know that God exists. I know that His Son. Well, I'll tell you what I know. This is all I know to be true in an absolute way. And everything else I'm still learning about. Everything else I'm still learning about. But this is what I know to be true. That I believe in one God, the Father Almighty, creator of heaven and earth, of all things visible and invisible. And in one Lord Jesus Christ, the only begotten Son of God, begotten of the Father before all ages, light of light, true God of true God, begotten, not made, of one essence with the Father, through whom all things were made, who for us men and for our salvation came down from heaven and was incarnate of the Holy Spirit and the Virgin Mary and became man. He was crucified for us under Pontius Pilate and suffered and was buried. And he rose on the third day according to the Scriptures. He ascended into heaven and is seated at the right hand of the Father. And he will come again with glory to judge the living and the dead. His kingdom shall have no end. And in the Holy Spirit, the Lord, the creator of life, who proceeds from the Father, who together with the Father and the Son is worshipped and glorified, who spoke through the prophets. In one holy Catholic and Apostolic Church, I confess one baptism for the forgiveness of sins. I look for the resurrection of the dead and the life of the age to come. And as of right now, that's pretty much anything I know for sure. And even that, if you were like, well, prove it, I wouldn't even try to prove it. I wouldn't know how. But that's what I know for sure. Anything else, of course, I'm open to. Are the mysteries a brute fact? Maybe. I don't know. Probably not. That's my immediate reaction to that. Okay, 1 Corinthians 12. Paul explains that the church is one body with many members, each having different gifts, but all belonging to Christ. And one body, right? So not a bunch of different bodies. Because the Reformed Baptist Church is a different body than the Eastern Orthodox Church or the Catholic Church or like the Anglican Church. Those are different bodies. Those aren't just different parts of a single body. For just as the body is one and yet has many parts, and all the parts of the body, though they are many, are one body, so also is Christ. It's fair enough. And I'm not saying I don't know what goes on outside the church. I don't know where salvation is. I don't know where salvation is not, right? So do I think Christ could extend with his body out to the Baptists and the Anglicans and stuff like that and pull them up into him? Of course. But I think we have to acknowledge what the one body is. And the many members are obviously the many different roles within the church, not a bunch of different churches that all have differing views and belief structures, right? Well, thank you, Mighty Sarlacc. I do appreciate that. I do appreciate that. eFool says that's insane. What's insane? That I actually believe the thing I'm telling you that I believe in? Is that what's insane? Or is rational logic's Christ body thing insane? 1 Corinthians 12 comes between Catholics, Eastern Orthodox, and Protestant groups belong to one body in Christ, just different body parts of the whole body of Christ. But so that's the sola scriptura thing. Yeah, you read that and you just interpret it however you want. But so I could read that if I was just going to read that and interpret it however I wanted, I could read the same verses and be like, and talk about universalism and be like, oh, well, Christ just has one body, but in his Indian body, in the Indian part of his body, he's called Krishna. That's crazy. That's ludicrous. You don't believe that. Well, yeah, Christ just has one body, but in Saudi Arabia or in the Middle East, he's called, well, he actually is called Allah, God is, but Jesus is called a prophet, even though it's his body, but he's a prophet. So you could just read into it anything you want. That's why you need to have a tradition to tell you what this means. And your tradition didn't start until the 1500s, which goes against other scripture. If you want to do sola scriptura, like if you want to do that, oh, we can. Let's see. And I also say to you that you are Peter, and on this rock I will build my church. So Christ is building his church, and the gates of Hades shall not prevail against it. Whatever you bind on earth will be bound in heaven, and whatever you loose on earth will be loosed in heaven. That's insane. Evil says, you know that Jesus was God. Did I understand that correctly? Sure did, E-fool. Did you think I, don't believe that? Did you think I don't know that? I didn't tell you. What I didn't say is I can prove to you beyond a shadow of a doubt that Jesus Christ is God. What I did say is I know that Christ is God. I know that Jesus is God. So I don't know how that's insane. I don't know if that qualifies me as insane. I mean, maybe according to you, by your assertion. So, E-fool, let me just ask you, what do you believe? What do you know to be true? Muslims and all other religions is not Christ. Exactly. So that's how I'm showing you how you can read any verse and come up with all sorts of crazy ideas. And by the way, there are Protestant sects that do believe that Muslims and all the rest are essentially Christian. They're worshiping Christ in a different name, and that's fine, actually. That's totally fine. Even the Catholics seem to be saying that a lot of the time. Even the Pope. The Muslims say Prophet Jesus, peace be upon him. That's what I never understood about Islam is like, you read the Quran and Jesus is in it, and everything he's doing is way cooler and way more powerful than Muhammad, but somehow Muhammad is the final prophet. I mean, forget all the pedophile shit. Like, forget all the really crazy shit that Muhammad's doing. But you're sitting in a chair right now talking to the internet. You know this. Do you hold the same level of certainty concerning Jesus? What do you mean same level? Like the exact same type of certainty? Like, it's not the same type. It's kind of the same type of certainty as you saying, like, what do you believe? Are you an atheist, you fool? Is that what you're saying? Because, like, if you believe that the entire universe came from nothing, or that the order that you observe in the universe came from chaos, and you believe that, and you're saying you know this to be true. Maybe you don't say you know anything to be true. That's fine. But then do you know that to be true? Which is what you're doing to me right now. But I guess to answer your question directly, yeah, pretty much. Yeah, I pretty much have the same level of certainty about Jesus as I do about this chair. And that wasn't always true in my life, but it is now. No, don't listen to rational logic. Stop shilling your Calvinist predestination to newcomers to the chat. Also, why do you think everything has same level of certainty? Why do you think that if you know something, like for instance, do you know that your mother loves you, e-fool? Do you know that your mother loves you? Maybe you do have a special circumstance where your mother doesn't love you. I mean, I've known people whose mothers actually hated them. So that could be, just tell me if that's a good example. Or do you have a normal relationship with your mother where it's like you would pretty much do anything for her and vice versa? If so, the way that I know Jesus Christ is God and that he loves me is pretty much the exact same way that you know that your mother loves you. See what I'm saying? Your mother does not love you, or you do not have a weird circumstance. I kind of missed when you said no. 1 Corinthians 12:3, therefore I make known to you that no one speaking by the Spirit of God says Jesus is a curse, and no one can say Jesus is Lord except by the Holy Spirit. Yeah, Jesus is Lord. E-fool, instead of calling insane, ask open questions. You might get further in a conversation if you do, and it's more productive. I mean, you can do whatever you want. I don't care. I mean, it's like, it's actually harder. It's sort of harder to counter E-fool if he's actually being genuine and open than if he's just being kind of like, I don't know, curt. So, to E-fool, that isn't how sanity works. A discussion can't be held with insane people. E-fool, do you think that I'm actually insane? Like I should be... Actually, let me just ask you this. Do you think I should be put in an institution and hospitalized? And likewise, do you think, like, how many? 2.1 billion other people should also be hospitalized? Should we make hospitals for 2.38 billion people? That's not so. E-fool, 1 Corinthians 12:3 says, only those regenerated by the Spirit can truly know and confess Christ as Lord. That's not going to work. Why would that affect E-fool? Rational logic. He doesn't think the Bible is inspired. I would have to demonstrate that you've basically lied. No. Obviously, you don't know Jesus is God to the same certainty you know other things. Does being a liar make me insane? Also, I'm not lying, but would it even? Because you're not even psychoanalyzing. You're just assuming that I'm lying. Because you don't believe that Jesus Christ is God. 1 John, everyone who believes that Jesus is the Christ has been born of God. Faith in Jesus as the Christ is the fruit of already having been born again. Okay, I like that one. I like that one more. Rational logic. Keep them coming. Newman says, sometimes I feel like I belong in an insane asylum. Sometimes I think the earth just is like a giant insane asylum. That's kind of what we are. But to Ethel's point, no, man. Do you know anything? Do you know anything for sure? Do you know anything with 100% certainty such that when you say it, I couldn't accuse you of lying? Because you can accuse me of lying. Even if I said, I know that I'm sitting in this chair, you could accuse me of lying. I could be a solipsist. We have a lot of those discussions. I could be secretly believing, well, everything is a simulation, so maybe I'm not really sitting in the chair. I really could be thinking that and lying when I say I believe I'm sitting in the chair or I'm certain I'm sitting in the chair. What are you certain about? What are you certain about? I'm sure I could accuse you of lying. Especially if it has to do with the nature of the creation of the entire universe. Do you really believe anything about that? Are you certain about anything about that? Rational logic. Evil, you don't affirm Jesus as Lord because you have not been regenerated by God. I pray God will open your heart like he did with Lydia and inspire to read the Bible. Well, God bless Lydia. Is that your sister or something? Yeah. Right. We don't think the Bible has authority, rational logic, so those verses don't mean anything. Right. I get annoyed with the solipsism angle of the argument. We are bound by the problem of induction. Eful says, I'm certain that Bigfoot exists. And yeah, that's the problem with what you're doing right now is like there are people that are genuinely certain that Bigfoot exists, right? I'm not uncertain that he doesn't. I'm sorry. I'm not certain that he doesn't. I'm certainly not certain that he does, of course. But I'm quite certain that Jesus Christ is God. Problem, atheists. Should I become like a Reddit guy? Problem, atheists. I know that Bigfoot exists. Sure as I'm typing into your comment section, I'm not insane, right? No, I mean, no, listen. If you saw a big, hairy thing in the woods and you said Bigfoot exists, why would I call you insane? Like, what kind of like cynical, pessimistic attitude would that be for me to call you insane? Instead of hear you out. Maybe you did, man. I don't know. Do you know that he doesn't exist for sure? Because to call me insane, you're going to have to show that Jesus Christ definitely isn't God. And so far, I've never ever come close to anybody being able to prove that or show that or demonstrate it. You're talking about Lydia from the Bible. Acts 16:14. And a woman named Lydia from the city of Thyatira, a seller of purple I love this one, yeah. Of purple fabrics, a worshiper of God, was listening, whose heart the Lord opened to pay attention to the things spoken by Paul. Lydia heard the gospel, but it was the Lord who opened her heart. This shows regeneration precedes faith. God must act first for anyone to respond. Rational logic. Dude, you gotta chill with the deep Calvinist theology when we're talking to a couple atheists here. They don't care. They do not care about the scripture. Because I saw a big hairy thing in the woods, that doesn't mean I saw Bigfoot. Yeah, but that doesn't mean you didn't think you saw Bigfoot. It also doesn't mean you didn't see Bigfoot. Right? You know that I definitely do not know that Jesus is God. Okay, how do you know that? Mighty Starlock. Well, we have to define Bigfoot now, lol. Yeah, exactly. Lydia believed because God opened her heart, not because she opened herself. But that doesn't mean nobody can open their hearts on their own will, or rather that they don't have a synergistic relationship with God for opening their hearts. Would seeing something that resembles Bigfoot be evidence? I think it could make it more reasonable to accept Bigfoot, 100%. Well, no. Eful, I asked you how you know that I do not know that Jesus is God. I didn't say anything about justification or being able to justify it. I actually said explicitly I couldn't prove it to you right here, right now. That doesn't mean I don't know it. You can't prove to me that you're even a person. Does that mean I don't know that you're a person? No, I know you're a person because you're typing like one, right? But you can't prove it, can you? So that's not going to work. I need to know how you know that I don't know that Jesus is God. And I'll give you a hint if you want a little hint. You're going to have to prove that Jesus can't be God and that I know that. And even if you just prove that Jesus can't be God, then fine. Maybe I'll accept it hypothetically in this strange universe where you can do that. I know it because I cannot justify it. That's not a justification. Because can you justify that you exist right now, eFool, and that you're not an AI robot programmed to be in this chat? Rational logic, you are the Christ, the Son of the living God. Flesh and blood did not reveal this to you, but my Father who is in heaven. Recognition of Jesus' true identity is given by God, not human effort. Agreed. That doesn't mean it doesn't involve human effort. Like, yeah, flesh and blood alone doesn't reveal this, but my Father who is in heaven. Okay, so let's stick with eFool here. eFool, how are you going to show that I don't know that Jesus is God? Because we know all sorts of things that we can't justify. Maybe this comes down to what evidence we'd accept. Is it possible you have two different standards or something? I think what eFool is saying, well, a robot would say that, Mighty Sarlacc. Like a robot that's here to trick me that he's a person that's like the first thing they would say. I'm not a robot. eFool, I'm telling you, even though he is Orthodox and I am Reformed, we both love Jesus and affirm he is our God, Lord, and Savior, because the same God regenerated our hearts to truly believe in him. Sure. Yeah, true. And I make the prediction that you will never justify the claim. So you know, based off of a prophecy that you're making, some kind of baseless prophecy that you make. Okay. Is that the God you believe in? Random prediction? I'm telling you, how does that make you know it's a predict? You just admitted it's a prediction. Do all predictions come true? Are all predictions true that you make? I can talk to an imaginary friend. Does that mean, therefore, that the imaginary friend exists? Well, it depends on what you mean by that. Because yes, in a sense, yes. But again, this is not about proof. This is about me telling you something and you being unable to disprove it. Like, I couldn't prove to you that the imaginary friend does not exist. I actually think it does. I think it exists as a compartmentalization of your own brain, of your imagination, so to speak. That doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Does it have its own will and energy and stuff like that? Probably not. Probably not, the imaginary friend. But God does, clearly, because everything's here. Oh, eFool made that claim. Yeah, I can talk to an imaginary friend. Does that mean, therefore, that the imaginary friend exists? Right. Yeah, I'm just curious to prod into eFool's insanity claim. Because I don't particularly feel insane. What do you guys think? Do you think I'm batshit? Yes, in abstracta, it exists. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. And part of my argument is that God must exist because there needs to be a bridge between abstracta, the realm of abstract things, and concreta, which I just made up, the realm of like material and physical things. And because abstracta, it would need a will. It would need like a personhood to descend into concreta. Oh, eFool said, did I miss that? Oh, I did miss it. Okay, eFool said, you're talking to me, therefore I exist. You don't know whether I'm human, but it's a good inference. This is quite different from knowing Jesus is God. No, I said, could you prove to me that you're a human? You just completely moved the goalposts. I said, can you prove to me that you're a human? No, you can't. Therefore, not everything you believe or know to be true, you can prove. For instance, I know it's true that you're a person, eFool. I'm not doubting that. I never brought that into question. I'm saying you can't prove it. I can't prove it. And yet I know it's true. That's how I feel about Jesus Christ and God. Does that make sense? eFool said you're... Okay, sure. If you truly believe Jesus was definitely God, I'd say you're partially insane. None of that connects with reality. Unless, of course, it's true. Which you can't prove that it's not. In which case, it would perfectly connect with reality. Play the Atheist, first 5 minutes of yesterday's video of deep Bible stories about identity explained like never before. Then he understands our Christian position. All right. I'm not sure if this is going to help him understand,
Welcome to Deep Bible.
This AI. Prove to me that this is not AI.
If you really think about it, you don't need another podcast clip, another motivational reel, or another You Got This sermonette to get through the day. You don't need motivation. You need identity. Motivation is caffeine for the moment.
Even if it happened to be true, I'd be insane. What? If it happened to be true, then you'd be the one that's insane for denying the truth. Although I would never call you that, of course, because I don't see why I would, right? Even if it happened to be true, I'd be insane. Why would I be insane for believing something that's true? Now you're getting a little crazy. Now you're starting to lose your footing here, eFool. I'm starting to understand your name a little bit more. Maybe you are an AI. Maybe he is an AI. I never thought about that.
Identity is fire for the future. Motivation fades when life punches you in the mouth. But identity, when it is rooted in the divine intention of your Creator, cannot be shaken. Identity is not what you do.
No, I get that too, Newman. I'm not taking it personally like he thinks that I need to be like institutionalized, but I don't even think it's irrational. Like, of course it's not irrational to believe something that is true, that is fundamentally rational. No, this is important to understand. Your thought on the matter isn't rational. Okay, what's your proof? Okay, eFool, the Bible tells us about you and for rational... For the word of the cross is foolish. This is a great verse, though. For the word of the cross is foolish. But let's not read it in LSB. What is LSB, dude? Come on. What is LSB? Let's go to 1 Corinthians 1:18. For the message of the cross is foolishness to those who are perishing. But to us who are being saved, it is the power of God. For it is written, I will destroy the wisdom of the wise and bring nothing to the understanding of the prudent. That's actually, thank you, Rational. That's a good verse to bring up. They obviously don't care about it, but they should, because this is exactly right. All this wisdom, all this psychoanalyzing, all this I'm rational and you're not, that's exactly what this verse is talking about. Where is the wise? Where is the scribe? Where is the disputer of this age? Has not God made foolish the wisdom of this world? For since in the wisdom of God, the world through wisdom did not know God, it pleased God through the foolishness of the message preached to save those who believe. For Jews request a sign, and Greeks seek after wisdom. But we preach Christ crucified to the Jews, a stumbling block, and to the Greeks, foolishness. But to those who are called, both Jews and Greeks, Christ, the power of God, and the wisdom of God, because the foolishness of God is wiser than men, and the weakness of God is stronger than men. Gotcha. The proof is that there's no logical connection from your experience of reality to Jesus being God. It doesn't exist. What about when he appeared to me? What about every single time I go to church and my heart lifts up into the heavens and my mind becomes clear and the weight of all my sin and the terror of the world lifts off my shoulders? What are all those things? To you, those are like hallucinations or something? That's insanity. Lock him up. What about the millions and tens and hundreds of millions of other people that also experience that? Perhaps even billions. What about the miracles that we've witnessed? It's funny. You believe... This is a great Wes Huff. I don't know if he got it from somewhere, but I heard it from Wes Huff, I think, on Joe Rogan. He said... People deny the virgin birth of a single person, Jesus Christ, and yet just take de facto. They just believe in the virgin birth of the entire universe. Iful, I guarantee you, you have beliefs that are equally, if not more, insane, as you put it, than mine. The proof is that there's no logical connection from your experience to reality to Jesus being God. It doesn't exist. Well, you said it doesn't exist. You didn't say I had to provide an objective test for it. What if there is no objective test? Wouldn't it actually be irrational to try to provide an objective test for a subjective experience? And it is a beautiful passage. That's the best passage you brought up so far, Rational Logic. I like the ones where you're not trying to prove predestination. That's what I like. By quote mining. Okay. Provide an objective test. Can you provide, please? Oh, Iful, so will you please provide me an objective test that you are a conscious being? Otherwise, I'm just not going to believe it. According to your worldview, which is insane and irrational. Only things that can be objectively tested should be believed. So what, love doesn't exist? What's the objective test for, I don't know, do you have a girlfriend or a daughter or a son or a mother or a father that you love? Provide me an objective test, both that they exist. Well, you could do that pretty easily, actually. Provide me an objective test that they love you and that you love them and that that's genuine and can't be faked. Provide an objective test. See how ridiculous that claim is? Why are you trying to get me to provide something? It's a category error. How could I? What if there is no objective test? Provide me an objective test that people don't live on the sun. You can't. But of course people don't live on the sun. Right? So, yeah, kind of a silly line of argumentation there. I'm objectively speaking with you and I think you're conscious? Yeah, but you didn't provide me an objective test. What's the test? I don't know you're conscious. I assume you are. I do know you are. But I'm showing you how we know things that we don't empirically test, i.e. the laws of logic themselves, the very basis of our entire ability to have a conversation, the transcendental categories. That's the point of tag. You were asking earlier, what's the point of tag? That's the point. You believe in a host, a litany of things that you have no empirical evidence for, meaning the uniformity of nature, the past and the present and the future. Well, the past and the future. You can test the present, I guess. So the past and the future, you have no objective test for that those things exist. We have a good reason to think people cannot live on the sun. I have good reason to think you never met Jesus, a guy that died a long time ago. Oh, but no test, no objective test. So that standard's just out the window. Just whatever you think there's a good reason to believe. Very objective. Super objective. How do you know people can't live on the sun? Earth people can't. What about sun people? Oh, you can only know anything empirically. Numenon, you want to handle this one for me? Oh, you can only know things empirically. Interesting. So you can't know the laws of logic. So there is no meaning to your words. So you can't even know what you're saying is true. Because everything you just said relies on meaning, which you can't know empirically, and relies on logic, which also can't be shown empirically. So what do you mean by that? Do you mean you don't even believe the own words that you're saying? To me, that would make you insane. Do you understand this, E-Fool? I'm not trying to be mean. Do you understand what I'm telling you right now? You believe in a ton of things that you don't know empirically. So why should I not believe in something that I can't show empirically? The laws of logic are not... No. Well, okay, well, what's the test? What's the empirical evidence for the laws of logic? The problem I have with tag is that you offer no content to the argument other than putting my worldview on trial. If your world doesn't need mine to be true, then focus on it. Well, our worldview is coherent. It makes sense. So if you want to put it on trial, go for it. That's what I feel. That's the point of tag. Like, a Christian God actually explains the transcendental categories. They all fit together if there is a Christian God. If there isn't, that's what I'm asking you. And that's the point of it. So, depends on how he means it. If he means that only sense data counts as knowledge, then I think there might be a problem. Well, yeah, definitely. How it's fair to ask a question of our worldview. Well, you can ask as many questions of mine as you want. Like, please, bring them on. I am mistaken. Well, as long as E-Fool asserts that I'm mistaken. Sorry, guys. I guess I'm not a Christian anymore. You're right. I'm an atheist now. I didn't realize I was mistaken. I was waiting for E-Fool to tell me that I'm mistaken. The law of non-contradiction, do you think it has no demonstration? No, yes, of course it has demonstration. It exists. I'm saying it doesn't have empirical evidence. What is the empirical evidence for the law of non-contradiction? Please. Sure. Can you give an argument to support premise 1 and tag? I thought you were gonna come after my worldview, not tag. Tag isn't my worldview. Tag is an argument to examine worldviews. So you can use tag on my worldview if you want. I guess I'll do it for you because we're doing this in text. So, premise 1 of tag, the necessary precondition for X is Y. So, for my worldview, which X do you want to use? What in the world do you think a demonstration is? Not empirical evidence. What do you think it is? What do you think empirical evidence is? So, Mighty Starlight, you're just going to need to give me a little more specific about what you mean by premise 1, because there's a whole lot of X's that can be the precondition for Y. Or sorry, there's a whole lot of Y's that X is the precondition for. I think there might be a confusion here about what empirical evidence is. No, tag is not making the claim that God is the well, downstream it does. That God is the necessary. So, fair enough. So, are you saying empirical evidence is information acquired by observation or experimentation through the senses, sight, hearing, touch, etc., or through instruments that extend the senses, microscopes, particle detectors, telescopes. It's experience-based evidence as opposed to purely logical, mathematical, or metaphysical reasoning. So it's literally separate from logic. So what are you talking about? Okay, so Mighty Sarlacc, are you asking me, in my worldview, is God the necessary precondition for logic, or how is God the necessary precondition for logic? Because so I'll just go with, okay, that's the claim I need support for, so I'll go with how is God the necessary precondition for logic? Well, for one thing, he has a universal mind. He has a logical, rational mind. He created us in his image, and we are rational. Therefore, he is. He reveals himself in the second person of the Trinity, his Son, Jesus Christ, who came to earth and walked among us as a human being and told us things about God. So we know that he has personhood. So I'm not sure, like, what's the problem? Like, what about logic would make God not a necessary precondition? Like, it's pretty obvious, right? That, of course, if there are universal abstract objects, there's a universal mind to hold them. God obviously would have this universal mind. I think you've talked enough to demonstrate that you aren't sane, or you're not very good at this. Well, lock me up, folks. The first thing I'll agree with eFool the whole time on this is that I'm not very good at this. That's what I'll agree with eFool on, that I'm not very good at this. But I don't think eFool knows at all what he's talking about, to be honest. So in terms of being sane, I'll hold on to my sanity. But also, do you think, like, what's wrong with this, eFool? Empirical evidence is information acquired by observation or experimentation through the senses. So where do you find logic under a microscope? Huh? Where is it under a microscope? Or is it purely logical, as in separate from empirical evidence, as in not empirical, as in one of the many things you believe in that is not empirically deduced? To make this simple, there's no way to verify that Jesus is God. It just doesn't mean anything practical, so long as you can demonstrate it. It can, however, make you feel better. Well, it does make you feel better, and that's because it's true. And you still have not disputed absolutely anything about why Jesus can't be God. Logic can be demonstrated, you observe it. Not empirically. What are you not getting about this? Are you like 14? eFool, tell me if you're 14. So God is these things and therefore became these things in Jesus. It's viciously circular. Well, metalogic is circular. Also, yes, it wouldn't be an internal critique to ask because I would need a reason to accept the claim. Well, yeah, tag is an internal critique. It's not. An external critique is meaningless because you have to actually take into account the entire paradigm that you're critiquing. So you asked me, why is God, or what's the justification for God justifying the laws of logic? And I told you, in the worldview, this is exactly why. God has a universal mind. He made us in his image as rational creatures. He loves order, right? And he orders things according to reason and logic. I see no reason to accept God as a logical, universal mind, or as omniscient or omnipotent, etc. I need an inference to accept it. Yeah, but that's not what you asked me. You asked me if you could run tag on my worldview, which is an internal critique. So when I run tag on your worldview, it looks like this. What is the necessary precondition for logic? And then you have to say something like either nothing, so it's a brute fact, or like the Platonic realm or something like that. And then we get into it that way. But I don't just say, well, I don't believe you. Therefore, you're like, that's not even how tag works. It's an internal thing. So I think there's a misunderstanding here. Yeah, maybe bringing up critiques of empiricism would help. For example, the problem of induction and the problem of universal knowledge. The problem is, Numenon, I'm going to bring up the problem of e-fool. I think he actually might be a fool. So I'm not sure, even if we do look it up, that it's going to kind of stick. But, okay, we can do that.
Will the world end? Someone asked me that on Twitter. You might think I'm not the right person to answer that question, but hear me out. The world as we know it depends on the laws of nature continuing to do their thing. Gravity, electromagnetism, nuclear forces, and so on. If they stopped working tomorrow, the world would quite literally end. Take, for example, Pauli's exclusion principle. It's a law of nature that says that two fermions can't be in the exact same state. Electrons are fermions, and the exclusion principle is the reason why they sit on shells around the atomic nucleus, like layers of an onion, and not all together on one shell. The structure of these electron shells is the reason why chemistry works. It's also the reason why you don't fall through the floor. If the exclusion principle stopped working tomorrow, Earth would collapse. Or think of gravity. If gravity became weaker, Earth would fly away into outer space. Or if the vacuum expectation value of the Higgs changed, empty space would rip apart and release huge amounts of energy, and so on. There are many ways the world could end. But you might say the laws haven't done that so far, so it seems kind of unlikely they'll do it tomorrow, right? Well, it's not that simple. This method is called induction. You look at what happened in the past and draw conclusions about what's likely to happen in the future. Unfortunately, this argument doesn't work when it comes to the laws of nature themselves. As David Hume pointed out already in the 18th century, the issue is that to use the argument, you need to assume that the laws of nature continue the way they currently...
Wait, sorry, what was that? You need to assume that the laws of nature will continue like they currently do? You mean something you can't empirically prove? E-fool, do you believe that the sun will rise tomorrow? Because you can't empirically prove it. Uh-oh, put me in the insane asylum.
...work. And you can't use induction to justify the use of itself. That's a circular argument. It's called the problem of induction, and Bertrand Russell in 1912 compared it to the attempt of a chicken to infer the laws of living on a farm. Russell said, imagine the chicken is fed reliably every morning at 9 a.m. until one day the farmer chops off its head. Induction would have told the chicken that wouldn't happen, and yet it did. You might say, but if the chicken had just been smarter and made better observations...
Oh, E-fool, so you're not watching the video? Are you just busy typing away furiously, calling me an idiot when you're not watching the video? What? Here, I'll rewind for you. Are you ready? Are you ready? She literally said exactly what you said. Okay.
Empty space would rip apart and release huge amounts of energy, and so on. There are many ways the world could end. But you might say the laws haven't done that so far, so it seems kind of unlikely they'll do it tomorrow, right?
Wait, so is your empirical proof that exact statement, that they haven't done it so far, so they must do it tomorrow? Or they won't do it tomorrow? Like, for instance, the sun will rise tomorrow?
Right? Well, it's not that simple. This method is called...
Right. You gathered that knowledge from the past, so you observed it happen in the past. Empirically. I agree. That's empirical. The question is, does that tell you anything about the future? And this is the answer, so pay attention. Try to, focus in.
induction. You look at what happened in the past and draw conclusions about what's likely to happen in the future. Unfortunately, this argument doesn't work when it comes to the laws of nature themselves. As David Hume pointed out already in the 18th century, the issue is that to use the argument, you need to assume that the laws of nature continue the way they currently work. And you can't use induction to justify the use of itself. That's a circular argument. It's called...
So it's a circular argument. Huh. So your whole thing about proving stuff is completely circular.
The problem of induction, and Bertrand Russell in 1912 compared it to the attempt of a chicken to infer the laws of living on a farm. Russell said, imagine the chicken is fed reliably every morning at 9 a.m. until one day the farmer chops off its head. Induction would have told the chicken that wouldn't happen, and yet it did. You might say, but if the chicken had just been smarter and made better observations, it could have known. And that's right, stupid chicken. But that'd be missing Russell's point. His point was that the laws might change despite there not being any evidence for that happening. Because you can't assume that it doesn't happen to argue that it won't happen. Then how do we know that the laws of nature will continue to function tomorrow? We don't know. We can't know. The only thing we can do is have faith in the laws of nature.
Oh, strange.
That's what science is ultimately based on. Yes, that's right. Science is ultimately based on our faith that the laws of nature...
E-fool, are you even watching the video? How are you still responding to Noonan? Fear saying it's a false analogy with the chicken because we are conscious agents do that to a chicken, but the sun and earth orbiting is not conscious. Yeah, that also misses the point. That's exactly, I mean, you should watch the video too, Mighty Star. Like, it's about the laws of nature could just end at any point. We're not saying a conscious being has to end them. Although I think that's how it would happen if it were to. But they could just end at any point. And knowing stuff about the past tells you nothing about what will happen tomorrow. Right? When it comes to the laws of nature. Now, if all the laws of nature are intact, if we assume, in other words, if we have faith that the laws of nature will stay intact tomorrow, then we know the sun will rise. But we only know it insofar as we have faith that they will continue. That's the problem of induction. So, you have faith in stuff too, bro. I hate to break it to you. E-fool says, we predict the future by observing the past. Your model is built empirically and then verified empirically. I don't think this is controversial. Yeah, I mean, you have to watch the video. So I get what you're trying to say, but I'm not sure if it works. Like, how do we know the future will be like the past? Because it was that way in the past? That just seems to assume the thing being asked to prove. Yeah, it's an assumption. Right. It's called faith, E-fool. So it's actually not irrational and illogical to believe in things you don't have proof of, as you just showed. As you have brilliantly shown us by walking along with us, joining the stream. We've appreciated you, E-fool. We love you. My cat Charlie here loves you. She's sitting on the laundry. No, she does. And unfortunately, it's time to go. I have a show tonight. Yes, it does, because it gives you a rational inference. Like, the chicken was rational to think his head wouldn't be cut off. Yeah, but that doesn't mean that his head doesn't get cut off. That doesn't mean he has any empirical evidence that the food will come tomorrow instead of the axe. It's faith. Okay, I do have to go. You guys have been great. This has been an awesome stream. I'll be back tomorrow, and I'll be able to go even longer. Through empirical observation plus faith in something you can't prove, E-fool, is the point. Is the point. Faith in something you can't prove. Okay. Yeah, problem of induction. That's a fun one. Okay. GG, everybody. Good night. Oh, Jacob. Thank you.